City Hall, welcome to Council Chambers and welcome to a meeting of the Los Angeles City Council for today, Friday, August 5th, 2005. The City Council meets every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday at 10 a.m. Meetings are open to the public and we do invite you to join us. For members of the public unable to attend council meetings, we can be viewed live on your cable station, Channel 35. We can also be viewed live via webcast from the city's homepage or heard via council phone. Colleagues, the time is now 10:25 a.m. and we have 7 members present, 3 shy of a quorum, but this being Friday, as is customary, we have a number of special presentations scheduled today. I'd like to begin today's meeting by recognizing Councilmember Reyes.
I think it's a family affair. Well,
No, yes.
because my cousin's visiting from Romania and my nephew's
please.
visiting.
Hi. Good morning, council members. Thank you, Council President Padilla. We are here today to honor someone who has volunteered her time for 8 years as a board member of the city's Industrial Development Authority, which administers the city's Industrial Development Bond Program. Lisa Greer Quaitman, now retired from the Industrial Development Authority, has devoted her time, energy, and expertise to the city since 1997, when she was first appointed as an IDA board member. Lisa has served 3 terms as an IDA board member. She has served as an appointee of both Mayor Richard Reardon and Mayor James Hahn. As an Industrial Development Authority board member, Lisa has played a crucial role in bringing businesses and jobs to the city of Los Angeles. In fact, Lisa's partnership has helped guide the IDA through more than $2.3 billion in successful bond issues for such companies as Children's Hospital, the Archer School for Girls, Green Farms, Wing Hing Noodles, Kaiser Foundation, and others too numerous to mention. These companies include Los Angeles manufacturers, empowerment zone businesses, and nonprofit organizations. Lisa has brought innovative ideas to the IDA. These ideas have expanded the use of IDA resources and have safeguarded the public interest through fiscally prudent loan practices. Lisa has always served with distinction, grace, dignity, extraordinary competency, and a deep commitment to the city of Los Angeles. Lisa, on behalf of the City Council and the city of Los Angeles, I want to thank you for your tireless efforts, your imagination, your creativity, and your patience in working with such a monolithic structure like the City of LA and actually producing all that you've done. And I welcome your family. I understand you have family from Romania here. I hope you appreciate the great work of your relatives and this great building and this great city. Welcome to Los Angeles. Lisa, congratulations, and thank you so much for all your hard work.
Mr. Rosendahl.
My colleague is right on the mark here. I've known Lisa for quite a few years. Leadership LA, she was a major leader in making that happen. And she was a panelist on my television show and a guest. Congratulations to a great lady.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Reyes and Mr. Rosendahl. It's really been a privilege to serve the city of Los Angeles, and I would like to encourage the members of this council to stay vigilantly focused on the issue of our empowerment zone bonds, which do not require state allocation and which will expire. So if we can continue to be creative and work together, housing and economic development, to get some housing into the empowerment zone, we'll be able to get those bonds issued, and we've got over $200 million of capacity. I hope I'll be able to work with all of you again in the future, and I thank you very much for this honor.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Reyes. For our next presentation, let me recognize Councilmember Cardenas. And as he approaches the podium, colleagues, we now have 9 members present, still 1 shy of a quorum.
Thank you very much, Council President. Today, I have the honor of presenting to you and giving a proclamation to a wonderful young woman, Dawn A. Hopkins, who's given 48 years of her love and dedication to the people of Los Angeles, and more importantly, to the students of our wonderful city. Let me give you a little bit of background on her accolades and her involvement. In 1990, Ms. Hopkins was part of a team of educators in the Los Angeles Unified School District that developed the Career Academy model, providing intervention, training, work-based learning and mentoring, and community service. The model resulted in the establishment of Shell Oil Academy, the Cedars-Sinai Medical Academy, the Pacific Bell Academy, and the Youth Services Academy, known as YSA. The YSA is a partnership program involving the Los Angeles City Department of Water and Power and the Los Angeles Unified School District, designed to encourage at-risk youth to complete diploma requirements, increase self-esteem, develop employability and vocational skills and to set their career goals and provide community service. Over 2,500 students completed the program during the past 15 years, and 95% of those students have gone on to post-secondary education, vocational training, or obtained viable employment. Many graduates work for the City of Los Angeles and other public-private employers. The YSA trained more than 1,000 city employees to serve as work-based mentors to the YSA students. Don Hopkins is retiring after 48 years of service as a teacher, counselor, and administrator to the students of the Los Angeles Unified School District. And for the last 15 years, she has been a pioneer in teaching all of us, adults, and all of us who have the ability to help our youth. She taught us how to do that, and she has made sure that thousands of youth have been able to take advantage of it and are much better off for it. Unfortunately, when you turn on your television and you watch the 11 o'clock news, they don't tend to focus on these thousands of students that Dawn has helped change their lives. Unfortunately, they focus on other students, other young people who aren't exactly following the kind of path that Dawn has taught them to follow. But I'm here to say that it's because of Dawn that we have a much better city, we have a much better community, and we have thousands of families who, if they ever met Dawn and realized what she did for them and their children, they would say thank you, and they would say it sincerely, and they would say it proudly. Congratulations, Dawn, for being a great Angelino, a great American, and a wonderful public servant. Thank you.
Thank you. It's been my privilege and my honor to have had the opportunity to work with the wonderful young people and the staff of the YSA program. The program has been supported generously by the council and by the Department of Water and Power for 15 years. It is an excellent program, a proven program, was independently evaluated and found to be a very successful program. I would like to suggest that this program could be replicated in other city departments, and I would hope that that would happen, but most especially, I hope that the Youth Service Academy continues for many, many years. And I will always remember my time with the program as being the most fulfilling part of my 48-year career with Los Angeles Unified School District. I thank you all again for your wonderful support throughout the years, and I thank you, Councilman, very much for your help.
Thank you. And who are your friends and family?
Yes, I'd like to introduce the supervisor from Los Angeles Unified School District, Nicholas Rogers, who is the Director of Career Development, a staff member, YSA teacher, who's been very involved with the program on the team for many years, and most of you know her because she comes to the council offices and visits our students in the offices all the time. This is Maudie Hobbs-Black. My godchild, Elizabeth Fleming, who's here for support, giving me support today, and her sister, Sarah Nishat, my dear friend's two daughters. Thank you all again. It's a wonderful honor, and I will never forget this day. Thank you.
Mr. Labange?
President and Mr. Cardenas, to this very special honoree for 48 years. What a farmer. And look at that good picture. I know. But for 48 years, how many seeds have you sown and plowed and now have roots? I know our dear Carla, who was in our office, she's now in college. Robert's in our office now, enrolled in college. And, one day, I mean, it's just magnificent. So you're absolutely magnificent. I'm very proud of the program, and I just want to stand and thank you, Mr. Cardis, for bringing in such a special Angelino, an angel in the City of Angels. Thank you so much.
And I'd like to say that my typing teacher in the 10th grade was Tom's dear aunt at Immaculate Heart High School.
Wow, now see, so that proves everybody, I know there's a separation of church and state, that proves everybody that there's a God. So there's a circle. Will the circle be unbroken? My aunt, Sister Frances Labange, Immaculate Heart nun, was your typing teacher. Wow. And Tony, they were the nuns who left and went out to Blythe Street and helped you and others out there from Immaculate Heart community. So there is a true circle and there is a true God, whoever he or she may be. God bless America. God bless you. God bless Sister Frances Labange.
Thank you. Don, you said the magic word, high school. With Tom Labange, high school is the magic word around here. With that, I want to present to you this resolution on behalf of the City Council of Los Angeles, the Controller, the City Attorney, and the Mayor of Los Angeles. We want to thank you and God bless you for all your wonderful service. And I know we have your phone number, and I know you're not going to be able to rest as much as you'd like because you truly are unique, and we're going to depend on you for many more years to come. But thank you so much for all of your service. God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. This time, colleagues, let me ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Cardenas, Garcetti, Gruel, Hahn, Labange, Parks, Perry, Reyes, Rosendahl, Smith, Weisheim, Padilla. 11 members present and a quorum, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, the council is officially in session. Ms. Perry, is it urgent?
No, I just wanted to introduce somebody.
Okay, well, let's do that now.
Okay, I just wanted to introduce some young people visiting from Japan and ask them to rise and be recognized. Their names are Yuji Matsumura and Haruna Higa. Their host is Tatsuhiko Wakao, the Senior Vice President of the Japanese Chamber of Commerce of Southern California, and just wanted them to stand and be recognized and to welcome them here to our City of Los Angeles Council Chamber. Give them a big hand, please.
Thank you very much for giving us opportunity to visit this chamber. These two young students, they come from Japan, Kansai area. It's including Osaka, Kyoto, Nagoya, Kobe. They are studying what's the differences between Japan and the U.S. democracy system. I'm very honored to bring these two young people to here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Colleagues, the council is now in session. We do have a very brief agenda, including a couple of very big items, but we have just one final presentation. So let me ask Ms. Hahn to proceed with her presentation. It's the last one, and then we'll proceed with the agenda before us and taking up the landfill items first.
Woman of the hour. Mr. President, colleagues, today we are honoring a woman who has worked for the City of Los Angeles for how many years? 12 years, and is retiring to begin the second chapter of her life. Irene Mendoza has served as my Director of Constituent Services, running all my field offices, attending all the meetings, taking care of all constituent services in the 15th District since I've been elected in 2001. But prior to Irene working for me, she worked for my predecessor, Councilman Rudy Savornich, from 1993 to 2001. And before that, Irene worked for 29 years in the industrial paint
company in Wilmington. So clearly, Irene, I wasn't going to say that. Clearly, Irene, you deserve to take some time for yourself and your family. And, you know, tonight we're going to have a big dinner in San Pedro. And just to show you how much she's loved, over 300 people from the community have RSVP'd to attend Irene's retirement dinner at the Dalmatian American Club. And I'm not going to read from this speech because, you know, all of us who, probably one of the most difficult jobs I think those of us have as elected officials is hiring our staff and hiring people that can really take what we believe in and take our passions and take our agendas and really make it happen out there in our council districts. And Irene is one of the most unique and special women, one of the most unique employees that I've ever been honored to come across. Irene is a class act, and Irene is loved by everyone in San Pedro, in Wilmington, in Harbor City, Harbor Gateway. Irene is loved in Watts because Irene has always been on the side of the constituent. She's always been able to go into volatile situations, problematic, issues. You know, we all have those things in our districts where you need a Solomon to bring both sides together, and Irene has been that person in my office. She's attended countless boards, commissions, committee meetings, and really has been able to build consensus on issues ranging from building a theater in Watts to, frankly, in my personal humble opinion, we would not have the blue lights on the Vincent Thomas Bridge if it were not for Irene Mendoza. Irene went to countless meetings with Caltrans and our Bureau of Street Lighting and the community and making sure that no matter what, that bridge lit up. So Irene, we will miss you tremendously. Irene traveled with me just recently on a sister city trip to Ischia, Italy. Irene traveled with me a year ago as we went to the sister city of Split and was able to represent really our country, represent the people of my district in faraway lands, so that when we left both those cities, people in Ischia and Split now also love Irene Mendoza. She is a beloved public servant, and that's the finest word I can use for her. It was never about her paycheck. It was never about just this being a job. Irene was a public servant every single day that she worked for the city of Los Angeles. Today with her is her wonderful husband, Ephraim, who I think is probably very pleased that she's finally going to be retiring and spending time. She's also got her friend Angie Martinez here, and she's got two of her grandsons, Max and Lucas, hi guys, are here, and I think the rest of her family is flying in this afternoon for her big party tonight. And besides all this, besides giving to the city, besides giving to her family, Irene is very active in her local church at Holy Trinity Parish in San Pedro. And she has also spent many of her spare hours helping to improve things at that parish and helping to provide for, her spiritual life as well. So, Irene, you are a classy lady. You've been described as a municipal mother hen. I am. And that is a great tribute to you. We will miss you so much. We all have mixed feelings about this. We can't imagine our life without you. We can't imagine the 15th District without you. But we know that this is a great time to spend more time with your grandsons and your husband and your family. And so congratulations. And this is signed by all the council members. It's signed by our new mayor, our city clerk, our city controller, and this is a small token of a tribute from a very, very grateful city of Los Angeles. You want to take a quick picture? We'll go in the back, so let's take a quick one. Why don't you say a few words?
Thank you, Mr. President, council members, and my councilwoman, Janice Hahn. It truly has been an incredible journey for me. I know in city years, 12 years is a very short time when I've seen the retirements of other folks that have worked for the city 20, 25, 30, 40 years. But my 12 years have just been a wonderful, wonderful journey. I want to share with Councilman Reyes that my mother was born in Lincoln Heights. I was born in Lincoln Heights, and my Aunt Lupe is one of your constituents on Sierra Street. My mother attended Glen Alta School.
So try to fix that street.
Yeah. But it really has been a privilege for me to represent first Councilman Savornich for 8 years, and then Janice Hahn for 4 years. And I know I've often tease that I'm just the mother hen of the office and also the queen of meetings, because I truly believe that as a field deputy that we need to be out in the community attending all the meetings so we can let the councilwoman know what's going on. And I've always been at every meeting because I feel that if you're not there, they might say something about your boss. So. But it's been really an honor to have served the constituents of Council District 15 on many, many projects. I've attended so many special events and presented certificates, and I hope, Janice, that you are successful. I know you will be with your projects, the waterfront, Wilmington, San Pedro. Great things are happening, and you've made it happen, and you will make it happen. And also your continued support for gang intervention prevention programs, which you support. I have 2 grandsons here with me today that live in El Segundo, and I have 2 the same age that are flying in from New Jersey today. So this is what it's all about, the future for our children. So Janice, thank you so very, very much.
Mr. Labange.
Thank you. Ms. Hahn and Irene Mendoza, what a wonderful words that you said, and what, as you spoke of, the representatives of council, the representatives of council members are the key to a community. I always said that if you get to know your deputy, you could help expedite what your concerns and needs are and your passion. And what a compliment Ms. Hahn gave to you about lighting the St. Vincent Thomas Bridge. I like to throw that little up there. I don't know if Vincent Thomas was a saint as much as I like where Bobby De Niro did that in the movie. But Irene Mendoza, thank you as a former deputy who made it here for what you've done. And also Ed Reyes, she said beautiful things because my mother was born in Lincoln Heights at 21 in Sitchell. So great things come from Lincoln Heights. God bless you, Irene. Congratulations to your family.
Mr. Reyes.
Thank you, Mr. Labange. You're right. And I just want to thank you for being such a role model. The kids in Lincoln Heights, I say this all the time, our need to reach down to our youth, to bring them up, help them along. The best way to do it is to inspire them with hope. And your accomplishments, your ability to articulate to the degree in which folks, when they see folks from Lincoln Heights, say, well, they're just from Lincoln Heights, they don't know any better. The fact is, we do. You're a great example of that success, and I thank you for being that role model for our young people, and we can brag how great Lincoln Heights is, great alumni, and I just welcome to the club, and enjoy your golden years. You deserve it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Why don't we go take pictures? Okay.
Thank you very much. This concludes presentations for today's meeting. Mr. Clerk, next order of business, please.
Approval of the minutes.
Mr. Weiss moves, Mr. Reyes seconds.
Commendatory resolutions for approval.
Mr. Parks moves, and Mr. Cardenas seconds.
On the regular agenda, items 1 through 14 are items for which public hearings have been held. A motion from the floor is required on item 13, inasmuch as there are 3 reports on the file. And on item 14, council should adopt all 3 committee reports. And I understand there is an amending motion, but it has not yet been circulated.
Okay, hold on just a second. Sergeants, need your help yet again today. It's getting crowded, it's getting loud behind the horseshoe. Please, colleagues, if you can ask your staff to keep the volume down, and folks who don't need to be back here can take their meetings to behind chambers if necessary. Colleagues, items 1 through 14 are now before us. As the clerk mentioned, these items have had public hearings in committee. A motion would be required to reopen the public hearings. Before I call for specials, do we or do we not have an amending motion coming in on item 14? We'll hold that on the desk anyway. Specials beginning with Mr. Rosendahl. 4. Call special by Mr. Rosendahl. Mr. Cardenas.
Item 3 on behalf of Councilmember Hahn.
Item 3, call special for Ms. Hahn. Any other specials? Item 6, call special by Mr. Labange. And we should call item 13 special as well. I know there's several council members who want to speak on that. Any other specials, colleagues? We have left before us item 1, 2, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. There's no further requests for specials. Let's open the roll on those items. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Those are approved. Item 1 is an ordinance and carries over for a second reading. Next items, please.
Items 15 and 16 are items for which public hearings have not been held. 10 votes are required for consideration. And item 16 is a verbal report.
Okay, and I do not have cards on items 15 and 16. Let's open and close the public hearings. If item 16 is a verbal report, let's call that special, and I hope staff is here on that item.
I was going to actually say on item 16, as long as we move it forward with that new CAO report, we do not need to have a discussion of it.
CAO here? Mr. Fujioka?
Mr. Fujioka, on item 16, if we just simply move it forward with your new report, that's acceptable to me? Is that acceptable to you?
Okay.
Is that currently on file?
Excuse me?
The CIO report, is it on file?
Yes.
Okay, so that'll be the recommended action on 16. Anybody wishing to call 15 special? 15, Mr. Reyes? No. Item 15. There's no request to call that special. Let's open the roll on 15 and 16. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Those are approved. Mr. Reyes.
Council President, I just wanted to move forthwith on item number 12, please.
Item 12, forthwith, please. Okay, at this time, colleagues, let's temporarily recess the regular meeting. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll on the special meeting.
Cardenas, Garcetti, Gruel, Hahn, Labange, Parks, Perry, Reyes, Rosendahl, Smith, Whiteside, Padilla. 11 members present and a quorum, Mr. President.
Okay, colleagues, this special meeting is now in session. We have a 3-item agenda. I do have cards on items 2 and 3 from the special meeting. We'll call those special to hear from members of the public, and actually, in a minute, we'll continue to the regular meeting and hear concurrently with item 13. Anybody wishing to call item 1 special
Yes.
from the special meeting?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Well, let's call item 1 special, and without objection, continue all of these items back to the regular meeting. Let's adjourn the special meeting at this time back to the regular meeting. Mr. Parks?
I may have not been paying attention. What did we do on special 2?
It's called special. We're going to consider special 2, special 3, and item 13 from the regular agenda altogether.
Thank you.
And let's go ahead and do that at this time, taking those items out of order. Are we ready, council members? The moment we've all been waiting for. Item 13 from the regular agenda and items 2 and 3 from the special meeting. Let's begin with hearing from members of the public on these items. So this is a public hearing for items 2 and 3 of the special agenda. And I know we have cards on item 13 from the regular agenda as well. So without objection, let's reopen the public hearing. If the clerk can put up a 10-minute clock, please. And for members of the public who are here to address us on this item, we recognize that even though the specific items 2 and 3 from the special agenda are new items, the issue itself is not a new one, and we've had multiple hearings. in committees. We've had hearings here before the City Council. So this is yet an additional opportunity for members of the public to address us on these items. Several of you have been before us already. We'll ask you to keep your comments brief. I imagine you're reiterating a lot of points that have been made before. For those of you who are speaking for the first time, welcome. We're going to have, in just a second here, a 10-minute clock over each of my shoulders. And what I'll do is I'll read the names of folks who have submitted speaker cards. I'd ask that you please form a line behind the podium. And keep your comments to maybe about a minute. Please try not to be too repetitive of what's been said before you. And when the 10 minutes are up, the 10 minutes are up. So the longer one individual speaks, the less time there will be for people waiting behind them. So please be respectful of others here to address the council. And with that being said, let me call forward Mr. Bart Reed, followed by Wade Hunter, Ralph Croy, Mary Anna Keenholz. Nobody's coming forward. Okay, when we get started, the clock's going to get going here. Please form a line behind the podium. Mary Edwards, Wayne Aller, and I'll read more names as we proceed.
Mr. President and members of the council, my name is Wade Hunter. Just, I have a little confusion at this point. Are we starting with 13 or are we starting with items 2 and 3?
We're taking them all together.
Okay. Lucky for you, I wrote a speech that covers all 3. Again, I am the president of the North Valley Coalition, and we obviously oppose the approval of the 5-year renewal option. And I know that some of you have come to Granada Hills recently to visit the landfill. And like the letter that we sent to you in June and my repeated calls for you and your staff to talk to us, we've been ignored on these visits also. And possibly with the exception of Councilman Smith, you did not witness the rape of our community in the late 1980s and early 1990s when the city landfill was in operation. You didn't observe the blowing dust, the trash littering our hills on Melvany Park festooned with plastic bags and paper, and the violation of their permitted boundaries and elevations when they raised one side of the landfill 50 feet above a ridgeline in full view of the residential areas when they were supposed to stay 50 feet below and on the other side. I could go on. And you probably don't remember the residents were granted relief by the Board of Zoning Appeals, but the city was told to take a hike by BFI after their permit expired. And you wonder why these people fear the city expansion that brings the landfill operations once more next to their homes. And I could also point it out to anybody, had they bothered to ask, I could have told you about their plan to create a 215 million ton landfill in 3 phases, the world's largest, right there in Sunshine Canyon, right next to the water supply for 19 million people. This city and the county have participated in the incremental approval of this giant project, ignoring the pleas of residents. And you wonder why we say don't give them the contract and reward them for their past bad behavior.
If I can ask you to wrap it up, please.
Okay. Well, again, we actually have lost faith in the city and the city council in their ability to do the right thing. But I would ask that you approve item number 2, special, and item number 3. They're very important to us, at least in Sunshine Canyon, on item 2 with a reduction in tonnage. Show us that you really mean what you say and that we're not second-class citizens out there and you're going to stop dumping on your neighbors. Approve item 2 and item 3. We believe that, again, we were shortchanged by the city, that they're not making sure that the queue conditions are being upheld before permitting BFI to expand. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker, if you introduce yourself as you come forward, please. And I've just been informed we're having a problem with our clock up here. So continue. I'll let you know sort of when we're getting close to the 10-minute mark.
My name is Ralph Croy. Speaking on motion 13, I guess that's what we're doing, but it doesn't say that up there.
We're considering item 13, items 2 and 3 of the special
All at once.
meeting, all at once.
Thank you.
It's the same issue.
The safety of the waste of the water is the issue. Correction. Many of the pseudo experts that have said that the water is safe, it may be today. The ground spots that they tested don't leak. However, the mountain at Sunshine Canyon has raised 18 inches, both in 94 and 2000, and the 71 earthquake. That's a total of 36 inches. The ground has cracks from this. The ground that the experts say is impervious is just as leak-proof as the steel in the Titanic. Both have cracks. The Titanic is the bottom of the ocean. All liners leak, according to Ruckelshaus of BFI. It is not if it leaks, but when. It is a future disaster in the making. We've had too much use of Sunshine Canyon. It's time for changes in waste disposal to reduce the dumping at Sunshine. Thank you.
I'm Mariana Keenholz. I'm a 37-year resident of Granada Hills, and I've been here several times lately. I don't know if you're getting to know me, but I'm certainly getting to know you. I absolutely agree with what has been said before me, but I just also wanted to say we used to come and have 2 busloads of people. We have 3 rows today. It isn't because they don't care, it's because they think you don't care. They think that you're already decided what you were going to do. They think that you're following what BFI wants you to do. They think it's very political. They think that we don't have a chance, and they ask me why on earth I continue to come. Well, it's because I do have faith in you. I have faith that you will do the right thing for the community of Granada Hills and for all of Los Angeles. So I'm asking you, particularly, do not vote for this contract with BFI. Thank you very much.
Bart Reed, Executive Director of the Transit Coalition. Council members, Mr. Reyes, Mr. Cardenas, I'm asking you today as a member and a resident of the Sylmar area, you guys should know that we have all sorts of particulates, all sorts of VOMs, all sorts of particulates and all sorts of pollution that come down. While we haven't directly tied it exactly in a study to the dump, yesterday Tammy Flores, the president of the neighborhood council, called me as a child 8 months old died. There was some respiratory concerns there. Unfortunately, we have these issues where we seem to want to do the easy way out. At MTA, when we had a lawsuit and we were down a month on construction, Rick Thorpe was able to pull this thing out and keep the project on time until we had the rains this year. So I am asking you, council members, a Hail Mary pass here perhaps, to vote no on 13 and yes on 2 and 3. 13, this city has the ingenuity, it has the skills. If it took 11 months and we're really pressed to the metal, we can come and we can make a change. But you have to do the courageous thing and vote no. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Dr. Wayne Aller. I'm the secretary of the city's Sunshine Canyon Landfill Citizens Advisory Committee. We have sent numerous letters over the past months, and the community has sent letters over the years trying to get city planning to respond, to answer our questions and our concerns. We have heard nothing from them. I would like to speak again for items 2 and 3, and in that connection, I must point out that at our last technical advisory committee meeting on the 27th, it came to light that there had been a secret committee with BFI participating, council members, Mr. President, that had been making decisions, actually going against the good advice of the Environmental Affairs Department, the South Coast Air Quality Management District. They have both ruled that alternative fuel does not mean gasoline, and yet in a backroom deal, BFI and city planning agreed to ignore the queue conditions that require the placement of alternative fuels and an on-site refueling station before operations began. Operations began the day after our meeting. We knew nothing about it. That's sort of typical of what's happened. I would like to speak in favor of 2 and 3, in other words. On 13, one of the worst bills I think this city has ever approved is about to happen, I'm afraid. Since the decision today is all about money, you people should know, that the contract you're about ready to approve may leave the city holding the bag and not getting much money. The way it reads now, the conditional use permit that the county has would allow almost all of the city's refuge to go to the county, to a bridge area, a new bridge area that the county is going to open, the BFI is going to open, which abuts the city's footprint. You may lose most of the revenue you think you're going to get.
May I ask
Thank
to
you.
conclude, please? Thank you very much. Next speaker.
I'm Mary Edwards, and I've been doing this far too long in my life. But it seems now that we're at the end of a long trail of broken promises and, unfortunately, backroom deal-making and coercion and the disingenuous promptings of impeccably dressed lobbyists who whispered to lawyers, "Trust me." And that often resonates with a malleable staff. We represent a community that once naively believed that logic, ethics, and common sense would prevail at local government. In 1966, the community was promised that they would have valuable recreational land when the permit expired in 1991, and it would have a park. 25 years later, the city did not take it over as a park, and instead expanded the project. Then the city allowed BFI to protract the required closure plans, and instead of the 90 days that were required for closure, to begin closure under the state, they extended that to now 13 years. And so we have had a barren and ugly landscape to look at for 13 years. We also had gone through many, many hearings where the zoning administrator found the violations that Wade pointed out, the blowing dust, all the things. And we were given mitigations like restoring the wetlands. But of course, the wetlands are not restored. The wetlands have been destroyed. We've allowed, even the city has allowed to take down over 500, probably 600 indigenous oak trees, and these kinds of things are an environmental tragedy. And the contract you're about to sign today, as Wayne Eller pointed out, really leaves the county open to taking it all in there and sticking the city with the ancillary facilities, all the property, without any revenue coming in.
Ma'am, if
And
I
we're
may ask you
frightened
to
of
conclude,
that.
please.
I know, I'm going on, but you know what? This is going to last 35 years, and I think I'm entitled. I mean, the first hearing on this, a man died, and the planning department just at the podium, because he was allowed 1 minute, he died. And you went on with and the county planners decided they had to go on with the hearing because it was on BFI's schedule. Now, we have been pluked on this, and so I'm really not ready to say, I wanted to say this for many, many years, that this has been a long and tragic fight, and it shouldn't be a fight. We should all be on the same boat trying to get recycling, renewable energy, and all those things. These are things that we've all wanted, and we have not been obdurate, we have not been picky, we have just asked for mitigations, which now, under the Q conditions, which no one will give us an answer to, how you change the Q conditions, we don't know. It's changed in the back room in planning. This is the premier land use. We have to really know that these things are important. I want you to know that we care. We have always cared.
Okay.
And it's been, yes, a long and emotional tragedy.
Thank you, ma'am.
Well, I wanted to get the last of what I wanted to say in, and I don't think it's that long. When, as said, when the council approved the expansion, this room overflowed with people. They had hope. But the deals had been made, and some of the council persons were made to look good, and the fix was in. Well, we hope that there won't be any more passing of notes today from BFI, because I guess they've already done that, and any more fundraisers for everybody and their uncle to try to support you members of the council. We hope that those things won't happen, but we're disillusioned. We were told at one time.
Ma'am, I'm going to ask.
This is my last sentence.
Okay.
We were told at one time that the winds of change would be blowing through this council because it was a new council. Well, one of the things about the winds of change is that now they're beginning to more resemble a distended, the winds that come from a distended colon. And I hate to say that, but you know, at this point in my life, I think I can say anything.
We have Cherie Mann, Becky Bendixson, and Candido Mares.
I'm going to quickly speak before Sherry gets here. My name is Becky Bendixson, a 15-year resident of the community of Granada Hills. Having witnessed the way the planning department is trampled on the queue conditions, we sent letters to the department and the city attorney asking how this document was being changed and what was the process. We received no response. One planner told us that the queue conditions could be clarified in planning. This gave us the uneasy feeling that the premier land use document, the queue conditions, and all the mitigations we worked for are meaningless and can be changed in the back room at the whim of the planning director. Does anybody hear me? Thank you.
Good morning, council members. Councilman Padilla, thank you for allowing Mary Edwards to finish her statement. I'm here to apologize, and I'm here to apologize as a resident of Porter Ranch to my neighbors to the east, to Granada Hills and Cecilmar, for the time that they've had to suffer having these dumps that dump there and having the trucks go on and on. I vow that we will finish it, hopefully in 5 years. I've been here since '91. 5 years from now, I hope we're not facing this. But I think we have a true hero in Mary Edwards. So please give her a big hand, her and all the other ones, because they have fought and they deserve. Mary Edwards, thank you for everything.
Okay, is Cherie Mann going to speak? And she's our final speaker.
My name is Sherry Mann. I'm astounded at the talk that goes on at City Council. I don't know how you're not listening. I've only been in it since 1999. I can see that the apple does not fall far from the tree. Those who were deputies or connected to the council people before who voted for the dump are going to do the same thing. You have 5 years. I think you should vote for 2. Even if we didn't approve the contract today, at the end of a year, if there's no alternative fuel, if there's no alternative place for trash, I know BFI will rise to the occasion and they'll still be in business. And I'm just hoping that that BFI is not doing to our city what Halliburton is doing to our federal government. And that politics takes over, power and money usually win. I hope it doesn't in this instance. This is the water supply, the only water supply we have for LA that belongs to us. And the dump is going to sit right on top of it. I don't see the logic. I don't understand it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. This concludes public comment again for these items. We now turn to council discussion and debate. And as we begin, colleagues, we have item 13 from the regular agenda with multiple components. We have items 2 and 3 from the special meeting agenda. And I understand there's yet another amending motion in the works. Members wishing to speak, beginning with Mr. Smith.
Thank you, members of council. We will discuss in moments the Sunshine Canyon extension. I have many things to say today. But as far as the first motion that's before us today, the 5-year get out of Dodge plan, the exit strategy. Los Angeles has never had a plan in its existence on what it's going to do with its trash. We deal with it on a day-to-day basis, a budget-by-budget basis. We've never looked beyond today. And it's time to start doing that. That's why I presented Renew LA to LA, that there is a plan that gets us out of the landfill business. Everyone talks big around here, but I don't see a lot of action around here. A lot of big talk around here, but where's the action, folks? The action is in this plan, which I presented to the council. The city council has before it today one of those elements, and that is saying to the sanitation department, time is up. We're not going to wait for you to fool around anymore. You've got 5 years to get out of Sunshine Canyon, and you better figure it out, because we're not going to give you another chance. It is time for us to put our actions where our mouth is, and that's one of them. I am very proud to say, although I disagree with the mayor on the final solution, that he did endorse that proposal and says, let's get out of Sunshine Canyon. And in his orders yesterday, his executive order, sanitation was, get out of Sunshine Canyon. That is the bottom line. This motion today does that. As long as you allow the bureaucracy, the opportunity, and the option to fritter away time and do nothing, they will fritter away time and do nothing. So let's quit doing nothing and get out of Sunshine Canyon, get out of the landfill business, folks. It is ruining our environment. It is not productive to our communities. I asked some of you last week, and not all of you were here, but how can you morally destroy a community by choice, by what you're doing today? We're going to discuss that further, but the first point today is pass the motion which was introduced as part of Renew LA, that Ms. Perry is gratefully allowed to come today to this floor in the context of the discussion of Sunshine Canyon, that says 5 years is it, folks. No more fooling around. 5 years and the door slams. And force this bureaucracy to get off its tail and go do its job. Number one.
Mr. Cardenas.
For the people who are viewing this discussion of their City Council of Los Angeles, I just want to make it clear today we are not voting on closing a landfill. We are not voting on closing a landfill. What we're voting on today has to do with whether or not we are going to continue to dump our trash in a particular landfill called Sunshine Canyon that many residents are upset about. I know what upset means when it comes to landfills because I have more of them closed and open in my district than any other part of Los Angeles. But at the same time, I think what we ought to do today is be honest with those people who are here and those people who are viewing that we are actually contemplating if we don't continue to dump our trash in Sunshine Canyon, there are various things that we have to recognize. First of all is, can we do the research, get the permits, do the siting requirements, sign contracts, and do the community process in 11 months to replace those tonnages in 11 months? That's the question. Can we do that? Very, very likely not. Not impossible. Wait a minute. Those same people who are yelling from the audience right now, with all due respect, you're the same people who accurately are complaining about the bureaucracy in this city, that it takes forever to get something done. And I think we would be lying to you. I would be lying to you. I'm not going to speak for anybody else. I would be lying to you if all of those items and many, many more could get done in the next 11 months. In addition to that, we have to recognize and tell the public today that if we don't continue to dump our trash at $20-some a ton, we could be dumping some of that at $25 a ton, some of it at $30 a ton, some of it at $35 a ton, some of it at $40 a ton, and whatever various ways in which we will dump our trash, your trash, our trash. And the only way that we're going to do that is we're either going to raise the fees that it costs you for us to dump your trash, and or next year when Chief Bratton comes up and tells us how crime is lower, but he needs more officers, and I agree he does. And we say, well, wait a minute, Chief Bratton, we just had to get $12 million, $17 million, and put it where we didn't have to last year because we chose to go down a path that we don't have a solution for. So we can't give you that $12 million for more officers. We can't even give you that $1.2 million for the equipment, because we've already given that money to something else because we chose to go down a path that we're not ready for. And I'll take some of that responsibility. I've been on the council for 2 years. And one thing I want to say very clearly, The person who's going to get tarred and feathered no matter what happens today more than anybody else in this council is Greg Smith. Because that's just the way politics is. But Greg Smith has been the only one on the council so far who's traveled the world. We've all done a little of something, Janice. But who's the only one who's traveled the world, the only one who's actually put forth a comprehensive plan, and the only one who's actually delved into this issue responsibly like a legislator should. To that degree. Jan Perry, you've done a lot. Reyes, you've done a lot. Many of us have done something, but Greg is the only one who's actually taken it to that level, to the level that this city should be responsible to do.
Mr. Cardenas.
And when I push my button again, I'm going to ask that we have some of the bureaucrats come forward too.
Ms. Perry.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wanted to express my support for Councilmember Smith, who has worked tirelessly, and this is a tough issue. And I want to thank him for what he's done on assembling his project Renew LA. We've put forth a motion, and I'm going to just mention it, and Mr. Smith will go into greater detail about it. But as I said before, we need a guaranteed commitment from our city departments and leadership to this 5-year plan that transitions the city from being landfill dependent to landfill free. And as a chair of environmental quality, I feel that I need to be supportive of him in arguing that we need to be leaders, not followers. I'm hopeful that this motion that we've introduced, which I think is now on your desks as 13D, will be the first step to getting a 5-year plan in place today. And I want to publicly express my commitment to hold extensive public hearings in my Environmental Quality Committee to get us there, so that we can look at everything from expanding the current recycling program to converting biomass into green, renewable energy. And I will do that on a fast-track basis if we can get this motion passed today. Obviously, it's not in the best interest of the city to continue to use outdated disposal methods like landfills as we plan for the future. I think we all know the harmful effects on surrounding communities, and I don't need to preach on that today. Take a look at the motion that Mr. Smith and I have co-presented and has been seconded by Mr. Zine, and I hope that you will give us your utmost consideration, and I do hope that we will be able to vote on that one first.
Mr. Parks.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd ask staff to come up.
Which staff?
The staff here on this item?
No, we've heard from your staff.
And as they're coming forward, colleagues, I'll remind us that there's a number of items before us. There's item 13, which has 3 specific recommendations as part of it. Items 2 and 3 from the special agenda, and now an amending motion that has been introduced. So as you ask your questions, at some point we'll take separate votes on these items. The issues are obviously interrelated, so when you ask your questions, please, as a courtesy to our colleagues, reference the specific subject area that we're discussing.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd just like to ask, have you reviewed Special 2 today?
Special 2, yes.
I just want to get from your perspective, having dealt with this issue for a number of years, how realistic is that those numbers as far as decreasing our input into Sunshine Canyon?
Well, we believe, Rita Robinson, Director, Bureau of Sanitation, we reviewed the motion, and, we've had this discussion before, that first of all, reductions of this waste from the waste stream that would then go to another landfill would then subject us to not having a contract with BFI at all, because they have not accepted an agreement that would reduce the waste shed to go to another landfill.
But if my understanding that they're reducing, not necessarily going to another landfill, but reducing in another recycling and other activities.
We're not aware of a recycling process of this magnitude that can result in the ultimate end at another landfill, even if you're dirty MRF. We know that at least 10%, and I can even say maybe even 15% of what's in the black can that should belong in the blue can could probably be achieved with a major public education and outreach program. But that's not 500 or 600 tons to start with, which is what the calendar and the motion suggest. And then the amounts get higher as we go to reduce it down to 500 by the year 2019 9, I believe.
Okay. So you're saying, if I understand what you're saying, if we followed this mandate, the only way we could reach it is to move trash to another landfill?
Oh, the ultimate end, you know, I think the thing that needs to be said is that there is no ultimate alternative existing today, or even in that time frame, that doesn't ultimately end in a landfill somewhere along the way. If you have dirty MRFs and other things, they can extract certain organics from it, but it does not bring it down to the levels that this motion suggests.
Okay, and so if we have to move to another landfill, that means we have to locate one, which I think we went out for an RFP.
But that negates the contract, and then we'd have to find other landfills for it to go to, which is where we started this discussion just a few weeks ago. 12 weeks ago, we were discussing another landfill outside of the city of Los Angeles. That was the mandate that we were sent to over the last 2 years, and that's the one that we followed. Somehow we pushed the fast forward button, and now we're talking about not going to any landfill and getting out in a year. So, you know, so we've really switched gears very quickly and did a paradigm shift in our thought about this. Okay. And I think there's achievable levels, but not at the pace that's suggested in the motion.
Okay. The issue also is that within the budget that you currently administer, if we were to move on these numbers, how much would you expect that we'd have to add from the general fund to make that happen?
Well, I wouldn't be able to calculate it on a year-to-year basis. Overall, we're looking at anywhere, depending if we're on the spot market, let's say, first of all, we don't have a contract if we do this with BFI. So we're on the spot market on a day-to-day basis of a place to take our trash.
Okay.
So that would mean this could be anywhere from 17 to, I don't know what the number is, depending on what trucks I have out there, how to get the business of the trash picked up. But I can probably say a base of 17 million to start with.
17 million per year?
Correct.
Okay. The other thing, would you repeat your statement that you made earlier, that the minute that we go out to another landfill, it voids this contract?
It does. I mean, we discussed this with BFI. This is not the first time this has come up. We discussed reducing the race sheds away from them, and they've agreed to reduce it if we take it to other types of recycling processes. They totally agreed with that, but not where the ultimate end would be another landfill.
Okay. And then what, from your knowledge of the industry, what would be the potential landfills that we could go to?
Well, most of the ones that exist outside the city are in the county, and those are also at odds with regards to permitting and tonnages and availability of space. So and the whole region is like this, folks. This is not, we have looked at this science up, down, and around. It is true from every perspective. You said that landfills are filling up all over the region, all over the state. So this is really an antiquated process in terms of how we deal with our trash in the future. But on this coast, in the West Coast, we have not initiated issues or site planning or put our money and investment into finding those alternative solutions that have been suggested both by the Bureau and by Councilmember Smith and Renew LA, and many of you who have suggested that. So we have to make the investment. You have a kid, it wakes up one morning and it's ready to go to college. If you didn't plan for it to go to college, it can't go to college if you didn't save the money for it.
Okay. And as your statement as far as going outside of LA County, have we been put on notice already about different counties creating legislation to prevent us from doing that?
Look, it was the trifecta of bad news for Waste Management when they looked up and said no to a trash fee. It said no to Bradley Transfer Station, and it was saying no by Antonovich and many of the county boards that were saying no to LA's trash coming outside of the city of LA to their trash places, so they pulled out.
Okay. The issue is, hypothetically, if we were to move with these numbers and void the contract and find a place that we could put our trash, what impact or what control do we have over Sunshine continuing to bring trash from outside of the city?
Well, it will continue to operate as a landfill for anybody else that wants to go there. I mean, it's a business that is operating legally as we know it today. I know the passion and the emotion is to hopefully close it. I told you before I couldn't speak to closing the landfill, but as far as I know, it will continue as a landfill. We'll be dealing with the same trash, the same service delivery, the same trucks, but more money.
Okay. The other issue I want to find out is that are other cities that surround us as involved with the environment as we are as it relates to their vehicles in the sense of cutting down the the issues that affect our air quality. So if we have other cities coming into our city, would they be as environmentally safe as what we're currently doing?
I can't answer that factually, Councilman. I'm not sure of what the requirements, maybe someone on staff would know what the requirements are from other cities.
Councilman Parks, Enrique Zaldivar, Assistant Director with the Bureau of Sanitation. We are one of the largest, if not the largest, public operator of clean fuel refuse vehicles. There are some private operators in the region in Orange County that have fewer of these vehicles. By far, we are the largest, and very few other municipalities have, up to this point, clean fuel running refuse vehicles.
Okay. So the likelihood, if we went through the hypothetical, is that if other cities came in the city of LA and dumped in Sunshine, that we would not have vehicles as environmentally safe as what we currently run in the city?
They would generally be diesel-run vehicles.
Okay. I mean, and also that would impact the quality of life, the air quality, and a number of other things, in addition to the landfill staying open.
In that sense, yes.
Okay. The other issue on looking at Special 2, would it be your understanding in reading that you must do that within your existing budget, that if you had to come forward with additional needs, you'd have to come to the council for approval of additional funding?
Once we scoped it out and got the full scope of what the motion meant, we would have to come out with a plan that would quantify it, as well as talk about how our service delivery would be affected, how the residents would be affected. You know, none of the answers that we have for the future and how we deal with this are easy answers, and they all will have a price tag and a public outreach component included in them, because we're talking about a paradigm shift of how we do business and how people operate on a day-to-day basis.
You've studied the Mr. Smith's program on Renew LA.
I haven't studied it extensively.
But you're familiar with...
We're familiar with it because the Bureau in itself has a contract that has been looking at these as well, so we're in sync with it.
If we went forward on all the issues that are reported in there, and everything worked in our favor and we were able to be as successful as possible, when would you begin to see some positive impact on reducing trash in Sunshine and the number of years?
Well, if we're talking about Renew LA in terms of alternative technologies, because there are some other steps that we could take place before we even got there. And as I describe it to many of you, I said it's like a 5-lane highway. On the left side in the fast lane, we have the secured place of going to Sunshine Canyon because we do not disrupt service, and we have funding savings in that respect because we have a constant contract. But if we go to the other lanes and we go to alternative solutions as suggested in Renew LA and our URS contract, then we're looking at perhaps being able to find a site, one site to start with, getting our clearances, environmental clearances, being able to have the public outreach and all of that done. And our goal is to have that between 2009 and 2010. Okay. To at least have one facility operating. And there are a number of different ways of looking at this, but in many of them, including in the Renew LA project, anywhere between 500 and 700 tons could possibly be dealt with in one of these thermal recycling centers. I mean, we're not sure exactly how much depending on the technology you use.
Okay. But if we went down that 5-lane highway and everything worked perfectly, when would you project we'd begin to see some benefit to where we would see less and less trash going into Sunshine?
The two outside ones would be rail haul and alternative technologies, because those would take the most investment in time and money to get in place.
But rail haul would be what? Explain that.
Rail haul would be for us to have, if we have at least one transfer station ourselves and we could couple with someone else, LA County Sand, other outside entities, to have rail haul as a place to take our trash to a very remote location for landfilling, if in fact we had it, because we wouldn't have enough facilities and alternative technologies in place to get all of our waste shed as well. So if I'm working from left to right, if Sunshine Canyon exists and we have a guaranteed secure place that's cost effective, then we'll also move to increasing recycling and other issues that we can do in the city of Los Angeles to reduce our waste stream. That's something each one of us can do today. Each one of us have things in our black can that we could put in our blue can. And if we could do that, then that would start an immediate reduction, at least 10%. We're talking about 300 to 400 tons we could generate in a year from a day, if we could get people to move in that direction. Move to the next lane of the highway, then we'll start talking about a solid waste integrated outreach program. And that program would involve talking to the community. We already have the money in the budget. We have a staff person in the budget. We'll get that launched right away to start the interaction with the community so that they understand this problem. I don't think they understand, other than the North Valley Coalition, who have been entrenched in this all along, and I really respect them for their tenacity in this issue. But the rest of the city, there are millions of other people in the city that don't have any knowledge of this. So we'll get that started, as well as dealing with our multifamily and other places where we don't pick up from. Then we'd move to alternative technology in rail haul. All of those combined will get us where we want to go. It's like we're all on different sites, all on our way to one destination, but they all will take different benchmarks and efforts to get us there.
Okay, you said it will get us where we want to go, but again, when would we begin to see the impact?
Immediately with regard to a black to blue campaign. Black to blue campaign can get us at least 300 to 400 tons immediately in the first a day. I mean, if we could just do it in our own house. I'm telling you, if you wake up in the morning, if you're blessed to wake up in the morning, you turn on your lights, you flush your toilet, you turn on water, and once a week you put your trash out and it disappears. Every single person in here does that. Every single one of us own this problem. And if we can get people to take, we own 2 of the 3 major processes that happen in people's lives before they even leave their house. So we want to help us help ourselves by removing the things that we know could go into that blue can out of that black can.
Okay. So when you mentioned rail haul, that would put us down the road to where, when we choose to go in that direction, we would violate the contract immediately with BFI.
No, rail haul, if in fact, we're talking about those hitting very much near the end of the contract anyway. But we have to have that in place in order to get ready to go there. That's not an easy process either.
No,
There's traffic on the rail like it is on the streets.
Okay, but I'm saying when you got to that point, you'd have to pretty well have either violated or voided the contract with BFI or moved away from it.
No, I think I think if we did it within the contract, perhaps, but our goal is to be ready to leave the contract within 5 years. That's the challenge we've been given. That's the challenge we want to meet.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Before I call on our next speaker, I want to let the public know that when you see a dialogue going on between a council member and someone of the public, we do have a time on each speaker. That's the council member. So when the other person is speaking, the council member's time is being reserved for when the council member speaks. So you might see someone speak for 2 minutes and we'll tell them their time is up, and you might see somebody dialoguing back and forth for 5 or 6 minutes, but that's because the panel spoke for 4 minutes and the council member spoke for 2. Okay, Mr. Rosendahl.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I'm glad you're here because I want to ask you some more questions too, but I also agree with my colleague Jan Perry, and I'm Vice Chair of the Environmental Committee, that we're going to stay focused on this. I've done my homework, thanks to you and thanks to actually going to the dump, and I know garbage stinks, okay? We'll start with that. But let's ask you some questions. In 90 days, you're going to bring a plan back. What's going to be in that plan?
Well, the plan is to give you an idea of what we could do with regard to getting our multifamilies and our other outside companies and businesses in order to be in a fully recyclable mode. How we can get everyone on recycling in our multifamily units especially, because that's one of the areas that that you, the mayor, and the rest of the council really wants to see that program take off and actually be in place where it's required.
Is it true that 750,000 single-family units are now in a recycling mode?
Yes.
And what percentage of them are functioning? 60% or so?
Approximately 60% citywide, but that's not only them, but it's the citywide.
Second question is the MDUs, which are both multifamily apartments and condo complexes. Where are they on recycling today?
Pardon?
Where are they on recycling today?
the multifamilies. Well, the Bureau has a pilot project where we have them learning how to recycle and what to do. So we have, I can't remember the number of units.
40,000 units.
Okay. Now, there's 144 haulers of garbage outside of the city, correct?
Correct.
How many are they in the recycling mode?
Well, none other than the ones that are mandatory recycling, none.
Okay. How many of the commercial complexes within the city are in a recycling mode?
We know that some are, but none of them are on the mandatory road, and therein lies the problem.
When can we get the entire city of Los Angeles, all of it, in a recycling mode?
Well, as we've discussed in-house and among ourselves, we think that with what we've learned so far with the multifamily program, that we figure by 2007, if we put benchmarks in place along the way, we can get the whole city on a recycling mode with ordinances and efforts of all of you and all of us to help get them there.
And in that context, can we also deal with new construction? Anybody who wants a contract to build a project in the great city of Los Angeles has to put a recycling component in their project. Can we do that?
Yes, that's something we can work with regard to our partners with Building and Safety, Planning Department, and other departments that many of you had the committees on. With Ms. Perry in her department, in her committee, we can discuss the ways that we can make sure the ordinance fits the needs of recycling in the future.
So you feel by 2007, the entire city can be in a recycling mode?
Well, Enrique invited me, I misspoke. We were really looking at 2008, but it depends on if we're looking at fiscal year or calendar year.
And what percentage of the solid waste now would be taken out of any kind of a landfill by that process?
By the 2008? Well, because this doesn't affect our waste stream specifically, because we don't pick, these are from waste haulers, but we look at...
It's our city.
Okay, not that we pick up.
That could get us up to, we're currently at 62%, Councilman, at citywide diversion recycling. By 2008, doing all of these efforts can get us up to 66%.
Now, what about construction when they knock down a building and this and that? What do we do with the concrete and the metal? Can we take that out of the dump and recycle that too?
That's currently being recycled.
Yes, the construction industry does a great deal of recycling already as it stands, primarily driven by market forces.
Can we make that a requirement?
If we felt that there was more to be done in that area, certainly that's something to be considered. But a great deal of it is being recycled, Councilman.
Describe to me the thermo recycling that's going on in Germany.
Thermal recycling is a term that we here in the city are now using to describe waste to energy. Many countries in Europe, as well as the eastern states of the United States, have gone this route for managing their waste. And in essence, it allows us or any user or any operator to derive energy value from our residual waste stream. Now I highlight residual waste stream to say that that's after we have captured all recyclables out of the stream. And only what remains at the very end, we would bring it to this process. And that's a route that, Councilman Smith has advocated, one that the Bureau has proposed. And as Rita mentioned, we have made a goal. The mayor has committed us to have one such facility by 2010.
How many do we need?
For 4,000, we would need, we envision a facility, ideal facility at 1,000 tons per day. That would be an ideal size. Granted, they can be made smaller depending on siting and other considerations. But at 1,000 tons per day, we would need 4 of them.
And how long would that take us to get them online, realistically?
All 4?
Yes, sir.
That could be many years. For the one, we're committing by 2010, Councilman. For the others, it would be significantly more time than that.
So theoretically, if you have the thermo recycling, you have the recycling program in place, would we still need a solid waste disposal site?
Correct.
We believe so.
Yeah, we believe, but that's the reason why we would like to have diversity in the plan, because we can't get them all built in one day, no matter what we do. So we have to have increased recycling, our thermal recycling center set up, waste I mean, rail haul, I think we need to diversify because at any one time, one of those plants is down or whatever, so we envision at least having 6 of them one in each waste shed, so we'd at least have some usefulness if something happened. I mean, they have to be periodically maintained. I mean, we can't bank on just having one or just enough to cover ourselves. But increased recycling from every aspect will assist us, even in product control, even if we were able to get producers of products to reduce the amount of waste.
So basically, you're telling me if we don't dump the trash in Sunshine Canyon, we'll dump it in somebody else's canyon because we have no technology to really make it work.
At this point, that's true.
When Sunshine Canyon first opened, when was that? 1959.
1950, I knew it was in the 50s.
All
I
right, how
wasn't
many
sure
homes were living around there then?
I don't know specifically how many, but it was very few compared to now.
Now
Fewer.
there's 15,000, correct?
Fewer to now.
Are there 15,000 now?
Not sure, Councilman Smith may know better how many are in the
Homes.
homes.
5,000 homes now. Most of them were built as the canyon was also existing.
Maybe need building safety here. I don't want to misspeak on that issue. I don't want to mislead you at all.
Okay, next question is 1999. Didn't this council, none of us were here, approve the city's land in that canyon being used for a dump?
Correct.
And that just opened when?
Well, it was open already. I mean, the city side just opened about a week ago.
Yeah, the 27th of July.
The city side, correct.
So that's now open and garbage is going in the city side of
Correct.
the dump? Okay.
Mr. Rosendahl?
Thank you.
Your turn. Thank you. Next, we have Councilmember Reyes.
Thank you. There's so much I want to say on this issue, but I understand the passion of Mr. Smith when he talks about we bring up these grandiose ideas and we don't implement them. But the fact is, we've all been trying to do our best with what we have. And the fact is, there is no capacity infrastructure right now in the city for any alternative at this moment, which is what I've been hearing you say over and over again.
Well,
If we shut down this landfill, if we don't have trash going in there, if we don't continue this contract. So the fallout is we're going to have to pay for how we get rid of our trash, which means we're all going to have to vote for some kind of increase in fees in our trash collection to deal with an immediate issue of defining where our trash goes.
Correct.
So there is the domino effect. That becomes the bottom line. Unless we go into our general fund and start pulling out millions of dollars and choose to use it for that expenditure as alluded to as opposed to police and everything else.
Correct. There will be differences of priorities with regard to how we spend future money of the city, because we knew even with the efforts to go out to other landfills outside of the city that it was going to cost us anywhere between $9 to $18 million more a year. So we're in that same situation now. That just bought us secured landfill space. This will be going on standby.
And I appreciate Mr. Smith's response to the letter I wrote where I raised several concerns and questions. If we're truly going to talk about issues of equity, we need to understand what the city looks like when you talk about its zoning patterns and where these sites would go. Now it says here we're going to all have our fair share. But the fact is, we have the highest densities is where you have the preponderance of industrial zones, where you have the highest level of poverty levels is where you have your industrial zones. So we can go down that road and talk about issues of equity and raise all these other factors that talk about quality of life that we all are fighting for our respective districts. But I can't forget the fact that in the east side and northeast, we've had for decades a dump. We carried our fair share throughout the decades. And those canyons happen to get filled, and now we are looking for other places where it has to go. So the punitive measure of this action has been felt by this whole city over the years for a long period of time. It's been proven by court that this city didn't always take care of its communities at a fair level, given the equity issues. It was the courts that decided to form districts to represent, for example, Latinos in this body, so they could have a voice because of the abuse that was going on in those communities for decades. So there is a balancing issue here. I want to support my colleague Greg Smith in these kinds of matters, but let's be very real as to who's been taking their fair share and who hasn't over the long run, and how we're going to perceive this city to be in the future. We cannot be balkanizing this city. We cannot be going after each other's throats. We need to reach solutions. So if we're going to go into these alternative modes, then we need to restudy where these industrial zones lie and have each district carry its fair share, not only in dumping, but we'll go down the line. Housing, transportation issues, and all the things nobody wants in their own backyard that many districts have been carrying for decades. So if we're going to go there, let's go there. But let's lay it down with the facts. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilman Reyes. Now we have Councilmember Padilla.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, want to rise and thank you for the wonderful discussion that we're having yet again. This issue's in the category of the exception, not the rule, in terms of the length of the debate, the depth of the debate, the quality of the debate. And this isn't the first time we have it in recent weeks. Want to, as others have, commend Greg Smith, who's done more on this issue from the council than anybody else, who's tackled not the easiest of issues, not the most glamorous of issues, but amongst the most fundamental of issues for our functioning as a city. You know, we talk about police, we talk about libraries, we talk about parks, we talk about transportation, we talk about a whole lot of things. Taking our waste management for granted at times, yet every once in a while we have to help steer the ship. I rise to be supportive of the amendments and other policy changes that we're being asked to make today, but I need to rise and voice my opposition to the extension of the contract. I want to be as clear as I can be on that. As the only council member here with a voting record to point to, I was against the extension of the Sunshine Canyon contract 5 years ago, and I'm against it today. And I'm against it for a number of reasons. Yes, the landfill is physically in Greg's district, but anybody who's been out there, anybody who's taken the tour, as you got off the 5 freeway at Roxford to get to the landfill, you were actually in my district before making that left underneath the freeway and going up to the road to the entrance of the landfill. So Bart Reed, thank you for being here and helping me remind my colleagues that even though the landfill is in the 12th, it's only a stone's throw away, across a freeway away from my district. So it is a district issue for me. It's a policy issue for me because this is the city of Los Angeles and this is the year 2005. And it's a shame that we haven't taken greater strides in doing something different, in doing something more responsible in how we handle our trash. But colleagues, let me personalize it. When I was 15 years old and in high school, I was part of the group of folks in Pacoima, in Lakeview Terrace, with support and friends in the surrounding areas that would stand in the mornings, locked arm in arm, I'm sorry to say it, staff, in front of the city sanitation trucks at Lopez Canyon. I know what it's like to live with the landfill in your backyard. From the smell, to the concern about health impacts, to the trucks barreling up and down the street. When the 118 is backed up, those trucks were getting off on Paxton and rolling through our neighborhoods and leaving trash behind. I know what it can do to a community. And if it did it to Lopez, and they do it in the areas of Mr. Cardenas' district with his active landfills, and they're doing it at Sunshine, I'm voting no.
Thank you, Mr. Padilla. Councilmember Hahn? Councilmember Hahn?
Thank you. Colleagues, that was a very impassioned speech, Mr. Padilla. You're not voting no on what's before us, 2 and 3, are you? Oh, okay. I know. I was trying to hear, these guys were talking. I said, I want to listen to my president speak. This is a tough issue. This is an absolutely tough issue. And, you know, there's a part of me that wants to, you know, blame the bureaucrats for not coming up with a plan. But with all honesty, you know, I think some of the elected officials who have been here and have been against it are also a little bit to blame that, you know, we haven't been specific enough with the department to come up with timelines, with mandates, with the plan. You know, I think Greg's proposal is the first, you know, real concrete plan that we've been able to hold in our hands and make it a vision and a reality for all of us. So, you know, we're all sort of here to blame, but I got to tell you, I feel very sympathetic to the residents around this dump. And I feel sympathetic because I represent an area of the harbor who also feels like they've been dumped on by the Port of Los Angeles. And when I come to you and ask you to support me, whether it's an issue with the Port of Los Angeles or whether it's terminating a lease of AmeriGas, because I said the only way we get to a solution is if we terminate the lease, because as long as we have that open-ended contract, most of us believe nothing will get done. So this is a very, very tough issue. And yet I also know that right now it doesn't look like we have an alternative, and we have a responsibility. Let me just ask one question about my trash. Not my personal trash, but my personal trash. But in the harbor area, where does our trash go?
The majority of your trash goes to a facility, older thermal recycling type facility in Long Beach.
So our trash is really not
It's not a part of this contract. It's already was extracted because that was an agreement that was already in place at that time.
See, and that's...
Although portions of it do go to Sunshine.
Right, so that, you know, there are alternatives. There are options. There are agreements that clearly we've made in the past about our trash, and it's upsetting to me that we're at this point and we don't have an alternative. And let me tell you what's also upsetting to me. It is about recycling. And it's one thing to say everyone needs to get on the bandwagon about recycling. It's another thing to do something specific about it. Look at this article in the LA Times where they just looked at one of the loads that was dumped in the landfill. Just in this load, a pizza box, a toilet bowl, a computer monitor, a Coors box, a paint can, tree trimmings, a mattress, a soda cup, a game box, a tablecloth, mulch, two matching shoes, two non-matching shoes, a Coke can, 5.5-inch floppy disks, and the calendar section of the LA Times. 99% of that was recyclable. Those things should not be ending up in our landfill. My suggestion is, and I know we're all, you know, going to get tarred and feathered one way or another on this issue, but if in fact we look at, for the first time, having the courage to look at fees, raising trash fees, my suggestion would be, if you really want to make people recycle, there has to be an incentive. We just did something, I know I'm over, but we just did something at the Port of Los Angeles that people said would never happen. And that was to move cargo in the middle of the night and on the weekends so we could get truck traffic off of our streets. The only way we were able to accomplish that was to rebate those truck drivers, rebate those shipping companies, rebate the Walmarts of the world if they moved their cargo at the night and on the weekend. Otherwise, they paid a fee to move cargo in the Port of Los Angeles. I make the suggestion that if in fact we ever do raise fees, we rebate to the customer if their blue bin is fuller than their black bin on a regular trash day. And that's the only way we're going to achieve this 500-ton reduction on an annual basis. People are not recycling. And you can look at their bins every trash day. They're not recycling. And if we're really serious about doing this, then that's what we should do. And I'll tell you what, Greg,
Ms.
I
Hahn.
want to be on your side on this one.
Well, Councilmember Hahn, in response to that, the Bureau has put forth a Recycling for Dollars program that is currently coming out of the CAO's office. We presented it to board for that very same reason, to encourage more recycling and to incentivize the program, because everyone forgets that we have a voluntary program in the city of Los Angeles and we get this percentage. We want to do the incentive to do exactly what you and many others of you want to do, and we understand that report will be forthcoming to council committee shortly.
Mr. Zine.
Thank you, Mr. President. I did not know that San Pedro, Wilmington trash goes to Long Beach. How many other areas of the city do we dispose in other cities?
That's the only one at this time. That's the only, because they can only take so much capacity. They only had a small amount of capacity at that older facility.
So we have a contract with Long Beach to do that?
I don't know if we have a contract, just
It's not a contract.
We just dump it there and thank you?
It is as
day-to-day.
spot market type of deal. They do not operate on contracts. When they shut down for a week or two. So it is not a contract, Councilman, that's the answer. It is a different kind of agreement.
If it's not a contract, whatever it is, but I'm trying to determine how many other cities do we dispose of our refuge, other than, which I just found out, Long Beach. I thought it all went to
No,
city
all of it,
facilities.
as we explained in our report, all of the waste sheds except a portion of the harbor is part of the BFI contract. There are no other, we do, if there's inclement weather or emergencies, we have the ability to go to other landfills in other cities, but we don't have a contractual agreement with them to take other tonnages to them on a day-to-day basis.
The issue, I'm sure, has been before us, before we got here, before this council. And I don't know how long you've been dealing with it, but I'm sure you've got other things to deal with than this. The residents of the city recently turned down a half-cent sales tax increase for public safety. I know that the residents in my district aren't in favor of increasing taxes for any purpose, whether it be the water and power, or public safety, or sanitation. And listening to the conversations and the information, if we don't sign this contract and we do the 11 months, we then find a site to take our trash within that 11-month period of time. If we go back to BFI without a contract, then we're at their discretion on what they want to charge us for a specific rate.
Correct.
Do we have within this 11 months? And I know that since this debate's going on for the last few months, we keep on coming around in the same circle, is where do we dispose of our trash? If we say that we don't support this, we join with Councilmember Smith and we say 11 months and we're not going to dump there anymore, even though Sunshine has a permit to operate for 20 years or whatever. In other cities, they get contracts, they'll dump their trash there. So the community still has that impact. What do we do at the point we decide we're not going to extend the contract?
Okay.
What are you going to do as a general manager of that department?
I'm glad you asked that question, because someone I greatly respect, though I don't know well, told me that I was pretty weak in my response to that question before. So I will be perfectly clear. With taking in all 30 years, I have reported to 4 mayors, various council members, and the residents of this city.
And you got a pension, so you can just tell us to,
Well,
put it in the trash can.
That's not the point. The point is that as a responsible leader of the Bureau of Sanitation and servicing the citizens of the city, is that if we do not have a guaranteed secure place to take our trash over the next 5 years, meaning if we do not approve the extension of the contract, then we are in a situation within 11 months, we will possibly be on the spot market for where we take our trash on a day-to-day basis. It will cost us more no matter what. It will be a day-to-day proposition. Even if we got an RFP out tomorrow and ask people what it is we could take our trash, there are not facilities out there that, even if we divide the waste shed, that we can have in place by July 1st, 2006. Now, there are other things that we can do. There are things that we talked about. You can hold our feet to the fire on them. But in terms of all the things that are out there, we have gone out on RFP twice on this issue. But one thing is for sure, it will cost us more money no matter what we do.
And that money will come from the general fund or a
Correct.
trash collection fee?
It is a general fund supported project at this moment. If we discussed trash fees in the past, and we can continue to discuss those.
They weren't
But
popular.
and no matter what we do, we're got to have money in place in order to do it.
And the facility, and I visited the facility a long time ago, that facility is split between the city and the county.
Correct.
The permit to operate for the city and the county, that runs concurrent for so many years, or do they have a term different than what the city has, or the permit that Sunshine has to operate? We contract to use a facility that they own.
Correct.
The county contracts with a facility that they own, and it's split down the center. Or
I'm not
some
sure-
diagonal.
Yeah, I'm
There-
not sure if it's down the center, but it's
There's
split.
some split.
Mhm.
The county continues to use that. I'm concerned about the neighbors that have the concern about the smell and the pollution, et cetera. We're talking about the city disposing in that landfill. Whether we dispose or not, the county still is going to dispose in that landfill?
Correct.
And we have any control at all over that?
Not at this point, and my understanding is historically there was a consent decree by the courts that required us to come together on this issue. And so that even if we decided we didn't want to play anymore, they would continue. And they would likely take us back to court if in fact we breached the agreement that was bridged at that time. So it would be strung out in litigation, but they would continue to operate as far as we know. You may have to get the city attorney to talk about the legalities of it all.
So the issue is the county is going to operate there whether we operate or not. If
Correct.
we don't operate, it takes away whatever percentage that we use, whether BFI contracts with other cities or not. Maybe the trucks won't go up there from the city or from neighboring cities, but the county and the public haulers will continue to use the county side.
Correct.
What is the term on that? How long is that contract?
I'm not sure, there'll be BFI representatives are here, I'm not sure how long the agreement is for.
I think it's more the remaining life of the landfill rather than the agreements. I believe BFI is projecting a total life of 25 years.
25 additional years.
Yes.
So we pull out, we say no, you now have to find a place to dispose the trash at a fee we don't know.
Correct.
County will continually use theirs. The neighborhood still has to impact for the next 25 years or so. If the private haulers come up, what do we accomplish by saying no to a contract? I'd like to put the curtain and say it's done. We can fill it up, put some grass seed, make it a golf course, and everybody's happy. Or soccer fields, I should say, instead of, because we need more soccer fields. Then what do we do with it?
Well, I've never lied to you before, and I don't plan on starting lying to you today. What we accomplished, I believe, with the passion of this issue, and I was here at the same spot on Lopez Canyon, is that what we accomplished is us getting it. We get that we think landfills are unhealthy and not a proper way or environmentally astute way of handling with our trash. We get the fact that we need to recycle more. We get the fact that we need to put in place other alternatives. But we said that in 1996 when we closed Lopez. And we fast forward 10 years and we still are sitting at the table talking about the same thing. So what I think it accomplished by having this dialogue and having this very emotional discussion is that we say, we do what we say. We put our money where we say. We put our site control and land acquisition where we say. That's what we've got to do. And even if we decide not to extend this contract, and even if we find other ways of dealing with our trash and it costs us more, I'm going to be at this table more than ever saying, where are we going to site this facility? When is this EIR going to get approved? I need $1 million to get a contractor out to get the public's input on this. Look, we've been through this with the Hyperion treatment plant. We went through this with LAWA. We have gone through this with every single difficult decision this city has had to come to terms with. And we will continue to sit at this table, and as the best professional advice we can give you as the policy makers, we will give you our options, we will tell you what we're faced with, and we will ask you to make the best decision you can for the citizens of this city.
Mr. Zion, need you to press your button again.
Just one more. The population increase. We know that all the projection is population going to increase. What do we have in place to accommodate that additional population increase as far as the disposal?
As far as disposal, we've been doing a good job at trying to keep pace with population increase, but what we'd like to do is to institute some of the other ideas that have come forth, like Councilmember Smith and Councilmember Rosendahl have talked about instituting required recycling in new developments, required recycling in other multifamilies, and certainly with my relationship with the housing department and with others, and even new businesses. We can even do it with new businesses. We can put those requirements in place so that we can reduce our waste stream. And I tell you, public education is the name of the game. When you talk to people like we talk to them now, these are the same, I think we cut the citizens short. I mean, I know North Valley's here, but these are the same citizens of this city that approved Prop O for clean water. These are the same citizens that we went to talk to about an increase in SCM when we had to do a triple bypass on our sewer system, and Baykeepers was at our feet with the same situation. So I think when we go to the taxpayers, they're going to understand what trash is, how it can be dealt with, and make some choices that are hard for them as well.
Thank you.
Mr. Labange.
Now that's scary if that's right.
How are you doing down there?
I'm hanging in there.
All right there, Rita. Thank you very much. Members, Mr. Smith, I did visit the location on a Saturday and did tour the dump. The first two people that I met were not employees of the dump, but officials of government, of other forms of government whose jobs were to independently monitor it. And I kind of asked them, told them who I was, do you watch this closely? And I felt comfortable that there was someone looking out for that. And as someone who is a reserve police officer, you understand how other levels of government look over your shoulders. I kind of felt comfortable with that. Then I went inside, I saw this, thought I was in Utah. It's a giant mine. And then I thought it was in some other place. I'll tell you later, Bill, but I thought it was in some other place when I saw that elastic cover that is the seal there that is in that. And then I thought of you too, Bernard, because I thought this would make a great football stadium. It was such a great, beautiful bowl right there. So all of you I thought of when I was at the Sunshine Canyon, because there was something in there for everybody. And I looked at it and looked around, and then I went back to the neighborhood and I started driving around the neighborhood there, and I had my son and my dear friend Hector Rivera with me, and we drove up, we saw someone working in their front yard. So I, approached them, because you don't like to approach someone cold call or scare them a little bit, and started talking to the gentleman who lived there since 1996, Greg, and he said that he doesn't like the dump and all that stuff. And then I did ask the technical question, which I thought was important because it is important if you talk about how long you lived there and what has happened to his neighborhood, the value of his neighborhood, and the value of his neighborhood has gone up. The value of his neighborhood has gone up because it relates to the whole housing cost. But he then complained about the noise in the freeways. And you know who I thought of then? I thought of Ed. And I thought of some of the passionate speech that you made about how freeways converge in East Los Angeles and how all that noise is. That Interstate 5 is the mother load. How many trucks go into Sunshine Canyon? Not just ours, but all of them, you think? 1,000 a day?
Yeah. At least.
And maybe how many go up the Interstate 5? 25, 30,000? That's the mother's road of California, all that truck. So there's other environmental issues that relate to this. And I'm going to have to push my button again because I'm down to 27 seconds. I don't know how I went that fast there, Madam Clerk. But I think there's some issues that I have to push again and talk about, so I will sit down with 15 left and come back with my point. But I want to let you know I thought about you when I went to the landfill that day.
Mr. Cardenas.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Rita and Deacon. I appreciate your frankness on answering these questions. As you see it today, if you were posed with having to venture through an 11-month process of losing how many tonnage of capacity here? We're talking about the Sunshine Canyon, 3,500?
Correct.
3,500 tons a day.
A day.
In that capacity, if you're faced with that saying, okay, looks like we're not taking it to Sunshine Canyon in 12 months, and with all due respect, Dennis Zine stumbled on something that actually occurred to me. We could actually not go for this 5-year extension and in 11 months and 1 day be forced to put a portion of that tonnage into Sunshine Canyon anyway, very likely at a much higher cost, right?
Correct.
And impacting the same neighbors who are upset today because they're being impacted by Sunshine Canyon today.
Correct.
So that could happen, ladies and gentlemen, that could happen, and very likely would be a portion of the solution. I want to ask you another question. What is it going to be better for us, in your opinion, to have 11 months to wean ourselves off of Sunshine Canyon and to get these alternatives going and sited and all the ERs and everything, or having an opportunity to do that over 5 years, and hopefully we get some solutions in place in a year and a half, and another solution in place in two and a half years, et cetera, et cetera. Which is better for us as Angelenos, as a city trying to be methodical, careful, and responsible?
Well, obviously, from a service delivery standpoint, having a secure and methodical process for getting out of Sunshine is what we prefer.
How about from a cost perspective?
Well, from a cost
Our
perspective,
taxpayers.
this will give us the money, I mean, this will still provide us cost savings so that we can put away the money in order to invest in those future technologies, as well as be able to educate the community on them.
So from a cost basis, having 5 years to do all this versus 11 years to do all this, cost-wise, 5 years is better.
Correct.
And you're firm on that.
I'm very firm.
And that is not a maybe, I think so, you're firm on that.
Clear as a bell.
Okay, thank you. One of the things that I would like to remind us as Angelenos, if we have 11 months to do all the things that we should be doing and the things that we should have been doing, et cetera, basically what we're going to be doing is acting like we can do, say, a weight loss program like Atkins and lose a heck of a lot of weight so that people can say, you look great. But it's a lifestyle change that we have to do. And if you want to lose weight, if you want to change your lifestyle, if you want that, you look great to happen in 6 months, in 5 years, and in 10 years, and 15 years, you have to create a lifestyle change. The city of Los Angeles is not going to have a lifestyle change effective in 11 months. We have a responsibility, and we have the ability to have a lifestyle change in 5 years. So that we cannot lie to the people of Northridge, not lie to the people of San Pedro, and not lie to all of the Angelenos by doing smoke and mirrors, which politicians love to do because it saves us headaches and we don't get people yelling at us in community meetings for a little while. But then that volume's going to go up again if we don't have that lifestyle change that we need and we have a responsibility to have. That's why I'm in support of these other motions that are requiring us to make these lifestyle changes and to make it real, and that's why I'm in favor of the fact that, unfortunately, we as a city have stuck ourselves in a position where we're going to have to continue this contract with BFI.
Mr. Smith.
Thank you. First of all, let's talk about the spot market, okay? During the last year, 2004, did we ever use the spot market in Orange County or anything like that for the South District?
Did we? I don't think we used it in
inclement weather, and that's why we have experience with the spot market,
Okay.
Councilman.
All right, in the spot market, last year, what were we paying, in the regular contract, we were paying $23.85 to Sunshine Canyon?
That's
Do
correct.
you have any knowledge of anybody paying less in the spot market?
Less than 23?
Yeah.
We don't.
I do. And I have a copy, ladies and gentlemen, of invoice and where one company alone paid $16 while we were paying $23.85. On the spot market, they paid $16. So don't be afraid of the spot market. It is not a death knell, an automatic increase in fees. You're wrong, Ms. Robinson. You're absolutely wrong. The spot market is a gamble at times, but let me tell you what happened in Sacramento. They gave a contract to a company that says, take our trash on a daily basis and find the spot market that's best. You know what happened in Sacramento? Their land fee costs went down 20% and annually keep going down. So don't be afraid of the spot market, and don't sit here and say that is the death knell of our budget, because it is not, because you don't know that. Do you have any you just told me you didn't know what the spot market was, and you didn't know what it was last year and what other people are paying. So you can't sit here and say with an honest-to-God face to this council that the spot market is going to kill us, because it ain't.
No, what I said was based on the experience we had in going out to RFP for what we know is
RFP.
available space.
Very good.
For
Now
us.
let's go back
and
to that
also for
RFP.
our spot market, we know that the gate rate on a day-to-day basis for our tonnage will cost more. And the service delays that we will have
In your
with regard
opinion.
to that. In my opinion,
In
that's
your
all I
opinion.
can have.
Thank you, in your opinion, because that's very critical. It's your opinion, not a fact. We went through this in 1999 when this previous council looked at this contract and sanitation department walked in with a list of option costs, and every one of them was more than Sunshine Canyon, except for one thing. Nobody checked the numbers. They were given to them by BFI's lobbyist, and we proved them all wrong later. And that wasn't you, Ms. Robinson, nor you, Mr. Davida, because you were not involved in it. So I'm not claiming you did anything wrong, but the department did. And so you come in here and you say it is your opinion, and that is critical, because I'm saying your opinion is wrong.
Well, not only my opinion, but based on also on facts that we derived from our research of the market in terms of the gate rates that exist. The real problem, I think, council member, is jeopardizing the service of this city that people respect on a 5-day-a-week process in order to get their trash picked up and taken to a delivery spot certain. So even if it was going to cost us less money, or even if it was going to cost us the same money, every day those trucks would have to go out and we'd have to make sure we find a place for them to go. I have no storage for the trash. I always joke that there's 2 days at Dodger Stadium and 3 days at the Coliseum, and that's if the Dodgers aren't in town. So there is no storage for our day-to-day waste shed.
Great speech, but there is storage throughout this county. There are every single day landfill opportunities. Every single day there are landfills that are not using their full capacity in this county today. Can you tell me that at any time or on a regular basis that this county is out of landfill capacity and closes down all of its landfills?
Well, Puente Hills closes at noon every day.
Has this county, countywide, has there ever been a day when every landfill has run out of capacity?
Councilman, actually, County of Los Angeles as a whole exports.
As one entity, that's one entity. There's a lot of private companies out there other than that.
What I'm saying, all waste in the county, all waste in the county. There are days in which waste needs to leave the county to other counties, as you pointed out, Orange County. So they are...
They leave this county by choice, not necessarily by necessity. It's not because capacity is run out. It's because the entities within the county choose to send it someplace else for their convenience. We to Orange County because it's cheaper than sending it out to Sunshine from the Harbor District.
Landfill capacity is an interesting phenomenon. Now, there are some landfills who have greater permitted capacity and choose to operate it at a much lower capacity. Bradley is an example. They have 10,000 tons per day permitted capacity. They're operating at 1,200 tons per day.
It's all very nice. It goes back to the very same question I asked first, and that is there ever a day when the capacity runs out in this county?
There have been days.
No, there have not.
Well,
show me one. I've been watching for years.
We have had to go to Orange County ourselves, and to elaborate on what Rita mentioned earlier, the danger of the spot market, cost is one consideration, but the other is the security and the reliability of it. I mentioned earlier that there are times in which the surf facility down in Long Beach calls us that morning or the night before and say, we will not be open tomorrow,
Right.
or we will not be open this
we have
morning.
the option to go someplace else, and we take it.
But we have to
It's a
find
scramble.
it. And so if we want to do that on a daily basis,
We have 600 trucks in service to 750,000 households. So if we have to scramble, if we don't have something in place to take it to, we may have to scramble and have service delays. There's nothing that generates a call quicker to your office or my office if, in fact, we don't pick up their trash that day. There's nothing that happens. I'm not trying to scare you. I'm
you're doing
not
a good job of
drama
doing that on
queen.
purpose.
No, I'm not a drama queen at all. I never have been and don't plan on being one today. But the point of the matter is, factually, having a secure location just gives us the guarantee we have a place to take our
gives
trash,
you a
and we'll look
safety
for
net.
another one.
It gives you a safety net, and as director of the sanitation department, that's what you want.
Well, we want
I
it for the
understand
residents of the city, not for me personally. I mean, the workers want it as well.
I understand what you're saying. I want this council to know that you say there are no options, that there are options, that every day of the week there's capacity in this county that goes unused, whether it's by choice or by accident or contract. There is every single day capacity in this county that goes unused, sometimes as much as 20% capacity. That if you go on the spot market, it is not the death knell of the city of LA, that the spot market frequently has been less than we are paying in our contract to Sunshine Canyon. Do not assume it's going to bankrupt the city. You don't know that, they don't know that, because we've never really tested it. And finally, my time is up. I will come back one last time, unfortunately. But the very fact that we're here today is because the sanitation department so narrowly constructed the RFP ordered by Mayor Hahn that only one company could answer that. Only one. Waste Management. who has been convicted in a dozen states of this United States in collusion with BFI in price fixing. And they pull out at the very last minute, leaving us only BFI. How long are we going to close our eyes to the facts that this is a corrupt company that was going to do business any way it can, and if it means collusion, if it means price fixing, they have been convicted in a dozen states for that. Do you trust them? I don't.
Mr. Reyes.
I wish this passion was there when the other parts of the city, especially my district, was containing all these landfills back then. You didn't hear it then. My point is this, and I couldn't help but overhear you make this statement, Councilmember Smith, I was speaking, when I talked about densities, where you state, yeah, we're taking in all your trash. Well, the fact is, my district was taking all your trash for years and years and years. So we talk about equity and fair share, that's what we need to focus on. For example, recycling program began 94, 95, the yellow bins and the blue bins. All the residential areas, R1 zones, have been benefiting from this recycling program. Multi-unit recycling program in existence 1 year. Guess where all the multi-unit facilities, residencies, apartments exist? The majority in the other part of the city where you have density, where you have poverty, where you have pollution, where you have the freeways, where you have the pipelines, all the things the other part of the city never wanted, never had, and still doesn't. So I don't believe you can have your cake and eat it too. Now, granted, if we don't vote for this contract, other cities will use that dump. We're going to raise fees, and now you're going to penalize again the multi-unit areas because they're not benefiting from recycling. They're going to pay for more trash, and they're going to continue to be paying and sustaining a program that provides a discount for all the R1 zones. And I understand that's the voter base. I understand these are the folks that put us in office. But if we're talking about environmentally friendly, economically balanced approaches, let's deal with those realities and not be one-sided and look at the whole city as one city.
Okay, before I call on the next speaker, who will be Mr. Labange. Mr. Labange, a couple of housekeeping items. You had an item to continue that had been previously called
Item
special.
6, thank Water and Power, ask them to come back on Tuesday. Apologize for holding this.
Okay, without objection, item 6 is continued to Tuesday. That's number one. Second, there's a number of people here in the audience that have submitted cards under general public comment. We did choose to take this item out of order, so we thank you for your patience. When this item is over, then we will proceed to general public comment next. So yes, you will be heard. And our next speaker is Mr. Labange, followed by Mr. Rosendahl and Mr. Parks, each for a second time.
Just a question for the clerk. The item before us, just for clarification.
Right now, Councilmember, you have a motion 13D that was circulated and a corrected version, and that would be before council. However, I do believe council would have to move one of the three choices on item 13. Either A, the Budget and Finance Committee report, B, the EQ report, or the communication from the city attorney.
What items are those?
That is item 13, A, B,
13.
and C.
So I see 2 and 3 on the register here. I'm just asking clarification.
Our computers are not able to get all three on the
correct
screen.
that. So the contract is right here before us, correct? Yes or no?
Before us is item 13 from the regular agenda,
Right.
item 2 and item 3 from the special agenda. We're discussing them all concurrently. Will require separate votes, but we're discussing them all concurrently.
I would like to just make an amendment to item 13, that every March, that one day, the City Council of Los Angeles focus on trash and sanitation, solid waste issues totally. Several years ago, we had a motion where we just talked about homicide. We had the chief of police here and focused on that one issue. I think we should focus every year, because Mr. Smith, I do appreciate your passion, although I'm on the different side of the canyon, if I could say that. I think if we bring it up, not when a contract's up, but every year in the face, then we could continue to build the momentum that needs to take to site trash to energy plants to look at other alternatives that are there. So my motion is to add amendment that say every March of every year that the City Council of Los Angeles dedicate one whole meeting focused solely on sanitation and land use, and in March before our April budget. So it gets divided. Second by Ms. Hahn. Thank you very much.
Mr. Weiss.
Call the question, Mr. President.
Okay, colleagues, the question has been called. We do have 2 members remaining on the queue, so we need 10 votes for that motion to pass. Let's open the roll on the previous question. This would end debate. Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
8 ayes, 3 noes.
Okay, that doesn't carry. Next speaker is Mr. Rosendahl.
No, I was just going to make sure that Greg Smith had a time to close. Just one quick question. Your trash that goes to Long Beach, is that cheaper than going over to Sunshine Canyon?
No, it's more expensive. It's $32 per ton.
And Bart Reed showed me a photo here that shows water, you know, our big water supply for the great city right below the canyon. Is that in any way jeopardized, the health aspect of our water by Sunshine Canyon?
Not that, Councilman, not that we're aware of at this time. The Department of Water and Power, who oversees that, would probably be a better entity to speak to that issue, but we're not advised at all on any environmental issue regarding the water in that area. We certainly want to be clear about that.
Last thing is when we did the laser project, which was a thermo energy project, we couldn't find a place to put it, right?
No, we could not, and there are scars on the backs of people that still wince from that. But we've come more generational to a level we think that we can, you know, we can sell it and we can make sure it's understandable to people. I think at that time there was not enough public outreach.
Last question, if we bring the best and the brightest of the planet to LA to come up with a strategy for all of our garbage, could we implement this in segments of a few years or 5 years?
Absolutely. That's one of the things about this, that with the leadership of the mayor, the passion of the council, the Renew LA plan, the Bureau's work in URS, the public outreach that we already have budgeted in the current budget, we believe we can do this. And you know, you have my commitment for doing this. You know, I have never come to you without saying we will do what you asked us to do, and we will.
Well,
we will just need your cooperation.
If I'm here for the next 8 years, I'll do that.
And my feet will be right there.
Mr. Parks.
Thank you, Mr. President. Having listened to all the debate, one thing I was just going to ask you is that it appears if the goal is to close or stop using Sunshine, that we only have 2 options. We can either buy it or we can fill it up. Other than that, it progresses on its own until one of those issues happens outside of the city. Is that correct?
That was the city attorney's opinion before, yes.
Is that the only way the city can control its destiny as far as closing it?
Correct, according to the city attorney.
With all the other issues we're talking about, when you talked about the 5-lane highway and all that other, those issues would help us recycle, reduce our tonnage, but would have little or no impact on when and at what time Sunshine closes.
Correct.
Okay. Colleagues, I would just like to say that on this issue, we've gone around and around on it. I've heard more about trash than I ever thought I'd like to know about it. But I think the issue comes down to we cannot create over the next 5 years or 3 years or maybe even 10 years a self-recycling program at home or any other place that's going to absorb 4,000 tons of trash. And to say to sanitation, we want you to come to work every day, 700 drivers, and figure out where to dump the trash that day doesn't appear to be a reasonable alternative for us to conduct business as a city, nor does it appear reasonable that we should take on another $30 million and try to figure out where to dump it in another county, which then really doesn't label us as environmentalists as we're saying here today, because other people will truck theirs into the city. And so it appears that we need to go forward, and I talked to the mayor this morning. He certainly has made a commitment to move forward with timelines on the Renew LA and a variety of other things, that this is the day that we start looking at a way to change the direction of how we deal with trash. Whatever happened 10 years ago, 15 years ago, none of us we're here, nor are we obligated to continue that path. But it is important that we move forward today. But without a safety net, it appears in my judgment, we're putting the city in financial jeopardy. And so I would say that hopefully as we get to the vote, that we look at that whole issue of what it may cost, what the issues are that we're trying to resolve, realize we have limited or no control over closing Sunshine. We do not have the resources to buy it. The only way we can fill it up is over years of usage, or someone else will fill it up. And so we have a choice of creating a safety net, allowing business to go as sanitation every day will have a spot to know where they're going to place trash, and then also provide the service to the community and proceed moving forward and developing alternatives which are going to cost us more money at some point, that we're going to have to fund those as opposed to moving the same trash to another county. So I would hope as we go forward, we'd extend this contract for the 5 years, that we'd evaluate after 5 years how much progress we've made and continue on that path. But to say today we're going to do it all in a year, knowing that our best experts tell us that they cannot guarantee us a site at this time until 2010, and we need at least 4, tells us that we're basically, as a relationship with the community, misusing their trust if we go forward and not approve this 5-year contract at this time. So I would say, and hopefully as we move forward and get to the question, that we can vote this in so that the public, the 4 million people in the city of LA, can feel that we're responsible and working in their behalf.
Mr. Smith to close.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate the opportunity to close. I asked you 2 weeks ago when we talked about this again to look inside your souls and look inside your hearts and ask the question, can you morally do business with a company that is so corrupt? Can you allow the city's treasury be given to a company that is so undeserving of our trust? I want to point out a few things to you. Over the life of this company, 300 civil penalties for estimating more than $75 million in administrative orders and permit violations, dozens of misdemeanors and felony convictions and plea bargains, around 30 court orders and decrees and settlements. In Louisiana alone, one of their dumps had 2,800 state violations in a 6-year period. Right here in Sunshine Canyon, over 100 violations. This is a company who doesn't pay any attention to the rules. They do what they please, and they pay their bill to get out of trouble. In 1976, they sold the state of Texas and paid a penalty for selling the state of Texas toxic discharge, which they called sealant for the state highways. The people of Texas were driving on toxic waste sold to them by BFI under the guise it was a sealer for their highways. 1990, $3.5 million in penalties paid and plea bargain agreements were made by BFI, pleading guilty to discharging hazardous waste in the drinking water of Williamsburg, Ohio. The list goes on and on and on. There are people in jail across this country, public officials, who have been bribed by BFI, from New Jersey to Louisiana to California. And they reach their greasy little fingers right into this chamber when they hired a consultant in Los Angeles to falsify information and pass out a dossier on Hal Burnson, defaming him. He took them to court, and the court ruled in a hearing in this city, in Judge Corse's court, that Mark Ryavec pled guilty to accepting $170,000 by the president of BFI, Don Rumsfeld, to smear Hal Burnson so he would not be elected again, so he wouldn't be there to fight them. And it was a quirk of law that the judge threw it out on a technicality because the lawsuit was filed too late. This company's greed drives them and destroys everybody that gets in their way. Will you allow the city of LA's treasury to be entrusted to these people? How can you dare, in your moral conscience, do business with people like this? They are morally corrupt, and they don't deserve our trust or our treasury. I know it is a risk today to say no to this contract. I know we are asking extraordinary things from our department, but I will be with you, as Ms. Perry has said she will be with you, to walk through this, get through this, and the end of this contract next year, the world doesn't end because there is a spot market out there. There are companies out there who were never allowed to apply in the RFP that the city sent out because it was so narrowly constructed that will come to us tomorrow with ideas and plans, and many of them, I guarantee you, will be cheaper than what we are paying today. I ask you to trust our city officials to go out and do their job, but mandate that it will not be with Sunshine Canyon, and let's get out of doing business with a very corrupt company.
All right, colleagues, we have a number of items before us. We have, again, item 13, which has 3 reports on the file. We have items 2 and 3 from the special meeting agenda. We have an amending motion that has been introduced. And Mr. LeBond, your oral motion to have every March this conversation.
Second Saturday, no, second week.
Well, let's leave it at the month of March because of, just to give flexibility.
Thank you.
But the second week of March is the National League of Cities Conference every year. So let's just allow the flexibility every March sometime. We'll get it. There's no objection to that. And now there's a 13E being circulated. So, Mr. Clerk, why don't you walk us through the items 2 and 3 from the special? I think we can take those up for a vote. And then the amending motions to 13, and then a vote on 13 to conclude.
Okay, so the first item would be...
Hold on, Mr. Parks.
Ask the question.
Clarification.
I thought what the clerk said earlier was that we'd have to move 13 before we could go to, or what did you say?
No, I just said that there were 3 different reports on item 13, and it was council's wish to approve one of those or all of those.
Okay, I thought you said that we need to move 13 before we went back to the amendment.
The amendment 13D is amending the approval conditional on an additional 5-year term with the understanding that the city shall not exercise any option to extend this agreement for an additional 5-year term. 13A, B, and C reference the first amendment. So the budget and finance, recommendation A is the Budget and Finance Committee report. B is the EQ report that's submitted without recommendation. And then the city attorney has the recommendation C that I believe addressed issues in prior council meetings.
In the city attorney letter is the amendment that they negotiated?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right.
Okay. So again, we'll take them one at a time and articulate what exactly the item is before us as we vote.
Mr. President, do you wish to take then item 2 from the special meeting?
In just a second, Ms.
I
Perry.
just want to make sure for the record that we do have a clarification that it is 13D paren corrected N paren.
That is correct.
Okay, that's the one we're voting on.
So, colleagues, the sequence thus far is going to be 2 from the special agenda, then 3 from the special agenda, then a vote on 13D, then a vote on 13E, and then a vote on 13. Everybody get that? Okay. 2 from the special agenda. We'll take a vote on that first. Then we'll take a vote on 3 from the special agenda. And then we'll take a vote on 13D, the corrected version. Then we'll take a vote on 13E. And then we'll take a vote on 13 with or without amendments.
I'm going to ask you does 2 make a difference if 13 doesn't pass? So I'm saying that appears that we're voting on 2.
Well, Mr. Clerk, you want to re-articulate what item 2 is, since that's our first vote. Item 2 from the special agenda.
Item 2 is consideration of the Smith-Padilla motion for a reduction of city municipal solid waste tonnage disposed at the Sunshine Canyon landfill. And that is directing the Bureau of Sanitation to implement a time-certain reduction in city municipal solid waste tonnage disposed at the landfill.
Okay. So, item 2 from the special agenda is now before us. Mr. Clerk, please open the roll. Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
10 ayes, 1 no.
That is approved. We now go to item 3 from the special agenda.
And item 3 is the Smith-Reyes-Perry motion relative to the fulfillment of queue conditions for the operations at the Sunshine Canyon landfill.
Okay. Let's open the roll on 3 from the special agenda. close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
11 eyes.
Okay, that is approved. We now go to item 13D, the corrected version. Mr. Clerk?
And again, 13D, the corrected version, is to amend the condition of the approval for the additional 5-year term on the understanding that the city shall not exercise any option to extend this agreement for an additional 5-year term after June 30th, 2011.
Okay. Mr. As this is
13D
13D.
corrected.
Mr. Rosendahl for a clarification.
Just a clarification, I'm a layman here, okay? A council in 5 years would not be allowed to discuss it? What does it mean? Explain it to me.
I will turn to the city attorney for that clarification.
Mr. City Attorney.
Keith Pritzker, Deputy City Attorney. That means that it's the sense of this council that the desire of this council that that contract not be extended 5 years from now.
Sense, say that words again, sense?
Yes, it would be
Understanding?
it would be the decision of this council basically to recommend to a future council not to.
Recommend, so the future council can still do what it wants?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, with that clarification, colleagues, item 13D, let's open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
11 eyes.
Okay, that is approved. Now go to item 13E. These are amending motions here. 13E, Mr. Clerk.
13E was introduced by Councilmember Reyes, seconded by Perry, and that would amend the report to instruct the Planning Department to prepare and process the necessary documents and actions to adopt a general plan amendment, which would create a suitable industrial zones equally throughout the city to enable the siting of facilities needed to implement the Renew LA concept.
Okay, Mr. Reyes for a clarification. Mr. Reyes?
Yes, colleagues, we talk about equal share. We talk about safe technology. There are certain districts who have a greater presence of industrial zones. And if they're truly going to be that clean, and we're truly going to talk about what is right for the city, then we should all carry our share. Like I was told before, trash comes from your area. Why do I have to take it? Well, then it gets to the point of maybe we need to carry our fair share of trash. So this entitles areas in our respective districts to have these facilities in the spirit of fair share.
Okay, Mr. Cardenas?
Briefly, I just want to say thank you, Jan Perry. This is truly an equity issue, and on behalf of the constituents of the Northeast San Fernando Valley, the 6th District, where we have more landfills in that district than any other part of the city, old and new and present or what have you. Thank you very much. This is a long time coming. City of Los Angeles, get ready to deal with your own trash. It's good for you.
Okay. 13E now before us, colleagues. Mr. Clerk, please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
10 eyes, 1 no.
Okay, that is approved. And we now come to item 13.
Mr. Clerk, the first item, I miscalculated. I want to change mine to a yes vote on the first item that we voted on.
13D or item 2?
Item 2 from the special.
2A.
Item 2 from the special. That
Special
doesn't
2.
change
Is
the
that
outcome
correct?
of
Is
the
that the
vote.
one I noted? The only one I voted no on so far. If I could correct that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Colleagues, item 13 is now before us. Again, we have multiple committee reports. So this is on all of them since there's no conflict. They don't contradict each other. Mr. Rosendahl, you have your button pressed. Did you have a question?
I don't have it pressed, no.
Okay. Colleagues, let's open the roll on item 13. Colleagues, the roll is open on item 13. Let's close the roll and tabulate the vote.
7 eyes, 4 noes.
Okay. Next item.
Mr. President, do you wish to take up public comment?
This is now, colleagues, this is now general public comment for today's meeting. Before getting to the balance of the items called special, members of the audience who were here on the previous items, you're welcome to stay, We have other city business to attend to. For those of you wishing to leave, we ask that you do so quietly. We're now turning to general public comment for today's meeting. This is an opportunity for members of the public to address the council on matters within our jurisdiction, but not appearing on today's agenda. Council calls forward. Council calls forward Mr. Duke Russell, followed by Ron Ingram, Francisco Rivera, Louise Stone, and we'll conclude with our delegation from the South Central Farmers. Is Mr. Russell still here? Colleagues, your attention, please.
Mr. President, members of the council, good morning. My name is Duke Russell, alumnus of Los Angeles City College and 10-year member of the Board of Directors of the Hollywood High Alumni Association. I was born and raised in Hollywood. I played on historic 75-year-old Snyder Field, as did council members Labange and Parks. That beautiful field was destroyed last year for a asphalt parking lot, but it can easily be covered to convert to an NCAA 8-lane track like the NCAA 9-lane track at West LA Community College, which UCLA and USC use for its field events. I represent hundreds of low-income students, parents, teachers, and others who cannot be at this meeting. After my speech to the council last month, I met with the mayor through Tom Labange, a councilman. The mayor said that we should work together, that Tom and I should work together to help save the stadium. We have not heard from either of them, and I know the reason is they're very busy and this is not an education matter. And nevertheless, the great stadium in a great city just had its seats removed, but if the mayor asked Chancellor Rocky Young to save the stadium for students and community use, we think he will do it. Why would anybody want to destroy a 21-row stadium desperately needed for college, high school, and youth sports? The new field next to the public golf driving range has space for only 4 rows of seating. We have given LA City College $241 million for Prop A and AA bonds for improvements, not for destruction. I saw the mayor at the recent Board of Trustees meeting. He was there to tell them how he enjoyed East LA City College.
Mr. Russell, may I ask you to conclude, please? We have other speakers.
Yes, I'll do it, but this is a desperate situation we have here.
I
Please,
understand.
just a little minute. I didn't invite people to come down here. I didn't want to waste all of your time, so I came alone. That's all I've always done. So please allow me another minute. I told the mayor I was there to save the stadium. I'm sure he would not allow the great stadium at his alma mater to be destroyed. I called East LA City College yesterday. Football is very successful, more successful than ever there. We want football for LAUSD graduates at LACC. Kids from Hollywood and Marshall and Belmont and Fairfax, they all need football. They can't travel. They don't have any cars. It is not too expensive for football. 6 other schools have it. We would like the mayor to please help save the stadium, and I would like all of you members to please ask the mayor to do this.
Okay.
Cannot lose that stadium.
Thank you very much. I'm going to have to call the next speaker now. Mr. Ron Ingram, followed by Francisco Rivera and Louise Stone.
Good morning, Mr. President, members of the council. A majority of you knew me. I can't believe some of the things I heard this morning. If John were here, most of you are too young to remember this, a public revolt called Proposition 13. Now, millions of dollars every day are going down the tubes because we're not enforcing recycling. Janice, this is recycling. Millions of dollars a day are going down the tubes. We've got thousands of people here on GR, General Relief, going through the trash cans, taking out the recycles that belong to the city of Los Angeles, millions of dollars every day. And that's not what I'm here for. What I'm here for is preposition, excuse me, it's not a preposition. We went to the United States Supreme Court, and Tony Alperin represented us. We got shot down in the Court of Appeals, the Supreme Court, and Mr. Justice Stevens wrote the opinion. We cannot allow anybody to put anything on the sidewalks, the public sidewalks, the curbs, the gutters, the parks, or anything is public property. And yet the City of Los Angeles, through the Board of Public Works, is looking the other way on a policy that's illegal and allowing real estate agents to use every corner on every weekend and every holiday. I had a blind man fall over one of them. Now, if we are not going to enforce it, I'm asking this council now, tell me, and I will get you a court order that will force you to do so.
Thank you. Francisco Rivera, followed by Luis Stone.
Good morning, council members. My name is Francisco Rivera, and I am president of the Save the Florentine Gardens Committee. This is a historical day for the city of Los Angeles. This is a day of change for Latinos in Los Angeles. We presented this morning, this letter to Cynthia Ruiz, the newly appointed commissioner of the Board of Public Works, that there be a consideration of a full environmental impact report, about the Florentine Gardens. But the commissioners decided to send, the motion to City Council for the approval. So the thing is, that there will be historical accountability, and I should mention Council Member Garcetti and Council Member Tom LaBonge, that they're gonna see, the Latinos will be very infuriated about this. Council members, you will be having your summer vacation, the summer recess, but this issue of Florentine Gardens will be coming to you. And I can tell you, I can feel, that the council district seats, believe me, are not easy chairs. And this morning has proven that. Those chairs that you use are not easy chairs. So this issue will be coming. Latinos, we want accountability from our city council and to respond to the needs of the community. We need city officials with a heart. We need a city with a heart, And so thank you so much. And remember, the issue of the Florentine Gardens will be coming to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Louise Stone.
Good afternoon. I just wanted to say thank you to Mr. Padilla, Ms. Perry, Ms. Hahn, and I forget who else. Oh, Mr. Smith, the key. I want to thank you for your leadership on the Sunshine Canyon issue. We have lived very long and hard with this, and I cannot thank you enough. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we have a group of speakers representing the South Central Farmers. Can you all please come forward? Por favor, los campesinos que se pueden pasar para el micrófono.
Good afternoon. My name is Tessa Somok. I'm one of the democratically elected representatives of the South Central Farmers. Rufina Juarez is still one of the representatives, and we are the spokespersons for the South Central Farmers. We met with the mayor's office today, and we are here basically to let you know that Mr. Horowitz wants us off the land by August the 9th, and we want to know what you guys are going to do.
Good afternoon, Council and Ms. Perry. As you already know, the Ralph Horowitz Company has sent a reaffirmation of notice of termination permit for the South Central Farmers to remove themselves by Tuesday, August the 9th. Ms. Perry, the South Central Farmers have heard from you that you have 3 plots for them available. That is all that they have heard. They are very disappointed that you nor a representative have taken the time to attend the co-op meeting or any of their community events, especially during a crucial time like this. This shows a lack of respect towards the members of a community where some voted for you. This also shows lack of leadership and responsibility on your behalf. The South Central farmers would also like an explanation why the food bank is interfering with the farmers and creating havoc among them when they are a separate entity. As I mentioned before, the co-op is a democratically run organization where no action is taken without a popular vote, and the food bank should not interfere. In fact, the farmers also question why the human resource director is acting volatile towards the farmers or getting involved with their internal matters. This is a person who works for a nonprofit agency and drives a Hummer and is dressed in a three-piece suit and tries to interfere with them. The farmers find it very strange and questionable. Now, Horowitz is having the food bank to do their dirty work. During the food bank administration, the farmers paid the food bank groundskeeper their water dues, and receipts of the water bills were inconsistent with the payment. The prices and their water bills were consistent with the farmers. The farmers were asked to pay for their lots through the agents of the food bank. These prices include, okay, I really want you to understand this. The farmers were asked to pay for their lots through the agents of the food bank. These prices include $100 to $1,000, which is extremely contrary to the permit given by the city. The permit exclusively states that they cannot sell the plots and that it is why the farmers organized to do away from this unaccountable corruption. The co-op, in fact, stopped the corruption that you are claiming was going on. The South Central farmers have independently organized themselves in their own administration, which handles their co-op dues and pay the bills. The food bank never provided them with toilets, running water, nor electricity. The South Central farmers provided their co-op with all the amenities that they need in order to run a 14-acre parcel. Ms. Perry, it was brought to my attention that there has been some misrepresentation by other farmers who are estranged with the co-op. Let me explain to you that the co-op also represents the entrance of these estranged farmers. This notice of termination of permit also affects them. Any disagreements or quarrels between them is their own. Your role, according to Mike Hernandez, your role was to support the farmers, not take sides. As a city council person's responsibility is to make sure that her community have representation. In a Buddhist prayer, I would like to say these words. Trees symbolize the principle of life, society, and nature. Those principles will be of little value, however, unless we can manifest them and cause them to work positively for us. The strength of our prayers and actions enable this community to gain from the myriad principles inherent in life and the universe. The South Central farmers teach their children and other community members to understand that their lives are sustained by other species on the planet. They will feel a commitment to preserving them. This knowledge can be the greatest inspiration for the young people. They need to understand that there is no future. The future is now. If they want to see the future, they must act now. Thank you.
Please be mindful of the time.
Mr.
Good
Cardenas?
afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Elisa Vaquero. I am a daughter of a South Central farmer located at 41st and Alameda. Ms. Jan Perry, you have mentioned on various occasions that you have 3 lands for South Central farmers, but in any moment you have mentioned what exact location or where, but forgive me for what I have to say, but with the mouth we can make rivers and build luxury castles. But please don't lie. I don't want to think that all policies here present say nothing but lies. Thank you for your support and attention.
Ms. Perry?
Thank you very much, and I'd like to ask Delia to stand at the lectern and translate back so we can do this in real time so everybody can hear the same thing at the same time. And thank you to the young lady for her words. A couple of points of clarification. The 3 gardens that I have available now are located as follows. There are 2 gardens at 46th and Vermont on either side of the street that are available right now through the Garden Council. There's 1 more garden at Slauson and Wall on city-owned property. It is available now. I'd like to ask Marie Rumsey and Ava Kendarpa of my office to stand up so that you can see who they are. And I know that they've spoken with the lady who has spoken on your behalf today. When I made this offer before, in public and on the record, and I will make it again, we have 3 gardens available now for anyone who chooses to contact our office. but we can make it easier for you right now. Marie, hold up your hand. Ava, hold up your hand. If anyone who is here today, or if anyone knows anyone in the garden who wants to relocate to any of 3 gardens today, 2 of them are at 46 in Vermont, the 3rd one is at Slauson and Wall. They can speak to Marie Rumsey, who is right here in the blue sweater, or Ava Kandarpa, who is here in the beige suit. Anyone who wants to communicate with us by telephone can contact us at 213-473-7009. And I have one additional point I would like to make, and I'll ask Mr. Camarillo to assist me so we can do this in real time. You can stand on my right. Okay. This is a very difficult situation.
Esta es una situación muy difícil.
I have, and I will continue to work to find alternative sites for the gardeners.
He trabajado y continuaré a trabajar para encontrar sitios alternativos para los jardineros.
This is a property rights issue that has been litigated, and the Court of Appeal has made its decision.
Este es un asunto de derechos de propiedad que se ha litigado y las Cortes han llegado a su decisión.
And it is my hope that accurate information is being communicated to the fine people who have worked on this land.
Es mi esperanza. Mi esperanza es que la información correcta se le esté comunicando a esta buena gente que ha trabajado esta tierra.
And I will continue my conversations in public, on the record, to disseminate accurate and true information. So again, if anyone would like to locate to the 2 gardens on Vermont, or the garden at Slauson and Wall, Ava and Marie Rumsey and Ava Kandarpa, who are there in the audience behind you talking to some of the gardeners now, will take your telephone numbers and your names, and we will coordinate through the Garden Council for anyone who chooses to relocate to any of those 3 locations that are available now. Thank you very much.
Okay, even though the time is gone over on the public comment, we'll allow the public comment to conclude.
Good afternoon, City Council members. My name is Alan Klatoa. I'm 10 years old. My family has a piece of land on 41st and Alameda. I'm here to ask you, City Council members, please save our garden. In the garden, I feel safe. Don't take away the safety from my life.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Miguel Hernandez. I'm the president of the Southeast Avenue Neighborhood Council. The farm is in our jurisdiction, and I'm here in support of the farmers and keeping this land a green space because there's no other space like this in our area. If you ever visited the location, the farm on 41st and Alameda, you will see how beautiful it is for us. Being a lifelong resident in South Central, I have never witnessed or seen anything of such beauty that really does keep children off of gang activity, peaceful surrounding. And another thing that I will ask our city council members is to really include the neighborhood council, especially our neighborhood council, the Southeast Avenue Neighborhood Council, because you have just disregarded us at all times. So if you could please support the farmers and the people in this land, and it would be great. Thank you.
Okay, one last speaker.
My name is Alberto Platoa, and I was also supporting the South Central farmers. Maxine Waters wrote us this letter of support, and I quote, "After the 2000 U.S. Census, the subsequent jurisdiction which took effect in 2002, my congressional district boundaries line changed and no longer include the area where the garden is located. However, many of the families who live and work in my current district benefit greatly from this garden. It provides a safe haven for families to spend time with each other, which also promotes healthy lifestyle by growing organic fruits, vegetables, and herbs and other plants. It is unfair to take this vital resource away from the community after all the work that it went into, successfully fighting unwanted trash incinerator. The success of those efforts result in a community stakeholders joining together to develop the plan for the community garden. In the process, build genuine relationship among neighbors. And South Central Farmers are creating an environment that is positive for our community. They're allowing our youth to grow in a safe environment where they could feel safe. They're growing in an environment where they could feel proud of their culture. South Central Farmers are promoting a safe environment for our community, encouraging healthy habits, and promoting a safe environment for our community. Y aquí estamos y no nos vamos.
Okay, thank you. That concludes public comment. Madam Clerk, do we have any other items on the agenda?
Item 3 was called special for Councilmember Hahn.
Okay.
Finally, thank you. First of all, I want to thank those members who traveled all the way from San Pedro to come up for this item. I was hoping we could have heard it earlier, but it was an interesting discussion for you to sit through and listen on the debate about where we take our trash. Members, this is before us today, and this is really history in the making for the city of Los Angeles, because what we're doing today is we are going to give a 30-year lease to the Angels Gate Cultural Center, which is has been the focal point for cultural arts in San Pedro and really the whole harbor community. It operates out of the former Army barracks at Fort MacArthur, and it has really been what everyone has always sort of accepted and pointed to as really the heart of the arts community and outreach in San Pedro. And it is something, frankly, that the harbor area claims as one of its most unique resources is our art community. The Cultural Center came to me and said, we can't keep going on these short-term leases with the City of Los Angeles. We really want to have people invest in us. We want to apply for grants. We want to upgrade these barracks. We want to do more in terms of long-term, real benefits for the arts community in the harbor area. And in my opinion, really, this will be a focal point for Los Angeles. I was told it was never done. We couldn't do that type of a long-term lease, but it was one of those things we said, you know what, we're going to do it because it's the right thing to do, and it's an important thing. The Angels Gate Cultural Center will always be there. They will always be there, and it's something we all came to agree on at this whole Angels Gate area in San Pedro. By the way, for those of you who don't know where that is, it's down by where the Korean Bell is. That whole area up on the hill is the whole Angels Gate area and cultural center. But we had more meetings than I care to count. And I really want to thank the city attorney's office, particularly Andrew Nokas. I want to really thank our Department of Recreation and Parks, Ron Berkowitz, Sid, I don't know if I'm going to get his name right, Macareg, Joe Alvarez, for making this lease possible and a reality. And I want to thank Nathan Birnbaum, who I feel we are so lucky to have him as executive director of this cultural center. And one of the board members, Ray Wyman, who you might recognize her last name. She's actually the sister-in-law of a former councilwoman here, Roz Wyman, Jim Cross, and James Allen in San Pedro, who really spent a lot of their time hammering out this lease, which is never a fun thing to do for community members when they're dealing with the city of Los Angeles. But they said it took too long. I'm just glad it happened, and I think it is going to mean a lot to the future of the arts community and cultural affairs, not only for San Pedro, but really for the city of Los Angeles. So colleagues, I would appreciate you supporting me on granting a 30-year lease to the Angels Gate Cultural Center, and let's look forward to the kind of benefits that this type of belief, this type of trust, and this type of investment that we can make as a city of Los Angeles in a nonprofit agency. I think it will reap benefits far beyond what we're envisioning today.
Thank you, Ms. Hahn. We will have order in this House. Seeing no more council members to speak, there are no public comment cards on this one, Ms. Han. We did have public comment in committee.
They're actually, they said they turned in 2 cards.
2 cards?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, please
I would
come
love
forward.
for them to say something since they've been
Come forward, the
sitting
2
here since 10
individuals
o'clock.
who turned in 2 cards, so we are having public comment on this item. We apologize for that. Please proceed.
Nathan Birnbaum, Executive Director of Angels Gate Cultural Center. I want to thank the council, but especially the Councilwoman Han for her very kind remarks. This lease opens a new era of opportunity at Angels Gate and will permit the Cultural Center to begin the master planning process for what we hope will be an extraordinary education hub and arts destination for the city of Los Angeles as well as the region. It's very exciting and humbling to experience helping to envision the future of one of the city's most significant coastal properties, because we really believe this is what it is. Last year, more than 4,000 young people went through our arts and creativity education programs, most kids from San Pedro, Wilmington, and Harbor City, but also kids from further afield. And it's very important the Cultural Center continue to grow its services to children. Most of all, with this lease, the center can now expand its public space, public performances and exhibitions, the kind that excite the imaginations of city audiences and regional and international visitors. On behalf of the board and the staff of Angels Gate Cultural Center, great thanks to the City Council, Councilwoman Han, whose strong and informed leadership is at the core of this process, and to the City Los Angeles Department of Recreation and Parks, General Manager John Muckrey, Ron Berkowitz, and Joel Alvarez, at the Councilwoman's office, Irene Mendoza, who's experiencing her last day today, Michael Molina, Elise Swanson, Eric Moody, and Carolyn Brady-Cinco, not to mention a host of other San Pedro residents, and indeed residents from around the city, because we believe this is a project of citywide and regional importance, without whom this bright vista on the future could not have been opened. And I extend an invitation to all of you to come down and visit us at Angels Gate Park. You'll be inspired. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We have other speakers who filled out cards. Please come forward and state your name.
Thank you very much for considering this and opening this up to artists. I'm not a public speaker, but I'm an artist and an educator, former
your name, please?
Matthew Manju Sri Thomas. I just wanted to say thank you for the opportunity that we can, as artists, to extend our hearts and our feelings and our visions to the community and the surrounding communities through education and through the arts. And hopefully we can be an example to show how we can deal with small conflicts in a very aesthetic way. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next public speaker. Okay. That concludes our public speakers on this item. We now close public comment, and seeing no more council members who wish to speak on this item, please open the roll. Close the roll.
10 ayes.
10 ayes. This item is approved.
Forthwith to the mayor.
Okay. Forthwith. Next item on the agenda.
Item 4 was called special by Councilmember Rosendahl.
Okay. Mr. Rosendahl. And we do have one public speaker card on this item as well. Would you like them to go first, Mr.
Yes,
Rosendahl?
please,
Okay. We'll open up public comment on this item. It's David Buchanan. Is David Buchanan still in the chambers? Okay,
Could
Mr.
you take
Rosendahl.
14 first, because he just went out to the restroom.
Okay, all right. We'll put this item over. Without objection, this item will be put over.
Mr. President, item 14 was being held on the desk for an amending motion, and that has been circulated to all members.
Okay. Item 14, it's been circulated. Any comment? Seeing no council members who wish to speak on this item, please, 14. We're on 14? Okay. Please open the roll. Close the roll.
10 ayes.
10 ayes. That item is approved forthwith. That item will go forward forthwith. Next item on the agenda.
Item 1 from the special meeting was called special by yourself.
Okay, we will now move back to item number 4 as our the person, David Buchanan, you ready to speak? Okay, we're now on item 4 and hearing public comment.
Thank you, Mr. President and members of the council. I'm a Vietnam veteran, a Purple Heart veteran, and a Venice resident and business owner. Since the date of my enlistment, there's been a contract, a sacred trust between the United States government and me. It's the same contract that's been given to all of my brothers and sisters in arms. Understanding that the wounds of war extend well past the conflict, the United States government pledged to provide for our health care, body and soul. The government entered into another contract, another sacred trust. In 1888, several Los Angeles families gifted over 700 acres to the federal government. The donors included a provision that the land be forever dedicated to the use and benefit of veterans. As I stand here today, both of these contracts are in danger of being broken. Over 20,000 of my brothers and sisters, most from our ill-conceived war in Southeast Asia, roam the streets of Los Angeles, 1/3 of all the homeless in our fair city, while buildings lie dormant and vacant on VA property. My fellow and sister veterans don't have adequate treatment facilities, while PricewaterhouseCoopers studies options to use our VA land for its highest and best use of a capital asset. What greater asset do we have in this country than our people? People who offered their lives in service to this country, who now have no place to go, while accountants and MBAs study how to best generate revenue from land dedicated to veterans. As Councilman Rosendahl told the VA officials gathered at the public hearing in May, there is no excess land at the West Los Angeles campus, only underutilized land. At that hearing, representatives from the congressional delegation, the county supervisors, and from Councilman Weiss's office stood in unison with Councilman Rosendahl to demand the VA remove from their consideration any commercial use or privatization of the land known as the West Los Angeles campus. Councilman Weiss has long been an advocate of holding the West Los Angeles campus to its original dedicated use. And this resolution codifies his efforts and the sentiments of the citizens of the city of Los Angeles. It is time to honor the gift of our founding residents as they deeded their precious Rancho San Vicente y Santa Monica to the federal government for the care of soldiers. It is time to honor the contract between our government and our veterans. It is time that we stand and say no to commercialization and privatization of veterans' property. I urge your passage of this resolution. Thank you.
This concludes, once again, public comment on this item. It was called special by Mr. Rosendahl and Mr. Labange after Mr. Rosendahl speaks.
Mr. President, it's a very personal issue for me. I'm a veteran of the Vietnam era. I was a psychiatric social worker in a mental hygiene clinic for a year of my 2-year service. I saw 8 or 9 Vietnam vets a day. My second year, I worked with the commanding general in improving the Army as we were moving into a volunteer Army. I am outraged that the federal government under President George Bush is even considering taking any of that land and using it for any other purposes than what it was dedicated to by those who gave it to the great city, and that is to veterans. Veterans who are eating out of garbage cans. Let's talk about the garbage we just talked about, and everybody was running around here voting on it. People are being treated as garbage, the veterans. They are the walking wounded who are in our alleys and in our backyards. We have been irresponsible in how we've been dealing with our veterans. And it will be an irresponsible act if our federal government took some of that land and put it to commercial use to make a buck. And I will tell you this, that not only will we fight, we will put on our hats and we will go to war. We will go, all of our veterans, over to that property if we have to. There is no excess land. There is underutilized land. I know the asset management group of the Department of Veterans Affairs is looking into it. They put a blue ribbon committee together that barely had any representation of veterans on that, from veterans groups that are here in the area there. Well, our county supervisors are also looking at it. It is federal land that is controlled and related to the county and contiguous to my properties in the 11th District. And this motion that my colleague Jack Weiss put in, and I second, clearly says that the County of Los Angeles will soon consider a proposal to take legal action against the Veterans Administration to prevent any further action that is inconsistent with current zoning ordinance. The city should partner in these legal efforts and determine that the VA property be utilized in a manner that is respectful to veterans and the surrounding communities. Therefore, we move that the city attorney, in cooperation with the Los Angeles County Council, be requested to provide a report within 30 days analyzing the legal options available to prevent the privatization of any portion of the U.S. Veterans Administration property in West Los Angeles. And I say to my colleagues that this is valuable land. It's got the blood on it of the veterans of the Vietnam era, and now I might say of the Iraqian war that we're in. And we should make that land available and be utilized for veterans, and I ask for your vote on this. Thank you.
Mr. Labange.
Thank you. Thank you for your speech. Thank you for your service to our country. Thank you for your speech and your service. It came through my committee, and I added the amendment on housing. Because whatever we do with that property, we must remember, as you articulated, veterans are all around us, and we're not caring for them. And if they could develop housing and meet some needs for veterans, that's what it was for. That's why on West Los Angeles and Sawtelle, they created that way out on the west end of town when it was first done almost 100 years ago. And all those soldiers who laid to rest at the National Cemetery of Los Angeles on Wilshire, which only in the last decade or so has there been a real concern and care. They've opened that cemetery up more and landscaped it better so people could see and recognize it. All those from wars past should be recognized at any moment when we think of that, even as we speak today. So the item B with the amendment for housing, I don't want to see a shopping center there. I want to see a place where people could sleep and get protection and get appreciation for their service to the country. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Rosendahl. Thank you, Mr. Weiss.
Mr. Smith.
I rise to support my fellow veteran. I think Bill and I are the only two veterans of the military in this body, probably. But I have gone through the same problem in North Hills at the Sepulveda VA, where they were talking about selling off. We have tried to converse with them and tell them not to do that. We've stopped them out there, and it required a lot of community effort, like we saw today on the dump. The community has to gel together, and I want to work with you on that. And also, preserve those lands for housing of senior citizens. We have done that at the North Hills facility now, that the VA, through Congressman Sherman, is now looking at putting housing in there. And we've got a good model working over there, and actually brought a lot of community support in for it. In fact, we had a public hearing on it. There was no opposition whatsoever to it. And so it's a very good plan, and I would look forward to working with you, Councilman Rosendahl, on this. I think it's a wonderful motion, and as a veteran, I salute you. And this is a call to arm to all those veterans watching Channel 35 to rally around this for the protection of those federal lands that were set aside a long time ago to preserve and protect our veterans.
Mr. Parks.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll speak from the point of view of a non-veteran, but I think having been on that property a number of years for the annual parade for veterans, and now it's used as a portion of it for the Geffen Theater, who is being refurbished to use as one of the theaters there that's used for veterans. But I think that in looking at that property, it's always been viewed as a place for rehabilitation, a safe place for veterans to get services. Having also gone over since the Vietnam War, we see so many more of minority and female veterans that we've not seen in World War II and other prior wars. But I think it's important that we send a clear message from the city of Los Angeles that this property is sacred for our veterans, that we shouldn't cut back on their rights nor their financial support, nor should we cut back on the facility that provides them this kind of aid. And so I want to say thank you to Mr. Rosenthal for his timely motion in moving forward and the strength of the city of LA and attempting to clearly reflect that this is something that's important to all of us. It's a city treasure because we have veterans that live throughout the city of Los Angeles, every district. In fact, I had breakfast just the other 2 Sundays ago at the Post on Western Avenue, talking to a number of veterans there about the issues that confront them. And so I think it's important that we as a body send that clear message that this is land that has been dedicated to them and should not be altered.
Mr. Cardenas.
Yeah, thank you very much, Councilmember Rosendahl, for bringing up this important point and this issue, in fact, because I think it's incumbent upon us to recognize that the veterans do have a place. Very few places, but they have a place. And I don't see the federal government, state government, city government, any governments dedicating any more land to veterans than they already have. So for us to allow developers to lick their chops and say, what beautiful land, I can do this and that with it, has absolutely nothing to do with veterans. It does this community no good, and it's a disservice. If you just balance it out and look on one hand and look at what the veterans have sacrificed for us, not just the ones who came back, but what they sacrificed with their friends who didn't come back, and the opportunity for some development, to me, there's no question. We need to preserve this land for the veterans. And I agree with you, Councilmember Smith. We have a wonderful site, not big enough, a wonderful site in the San Fernando Valley that is underutilized as well. And they were talking about closing that veteran site that actually services them medically and in other fashions. They were talking about closing that down, and guess who showed up? 9 out of 10 people who showed up were veterans. I'm glad they showed up. But it's unfortunate because for every veteran, there should have been 1,000 people there saying, don't take this away from the veterans. So I think it's important, Councilmember Rosendahl, that we remind all Angelenos, all Americans, all people who enjoy the freedoms that we have in this country, let's stand up for these veterans and let's not let their land get taken away. They already have enough issues and problems that we're not helping them address. The least we can do is give them the peace and the dignity of having what little that they have designated to them. So thank you for bringing this up.
Mr. Zine, followed by Mr. Reyes and Mr. Rosendahl.
Thank you, Mr. President, and to the veterans that are here in chambers and those that are watching. We owe our freedom and our liberty, and we're at war right now, and we've seen what's happening on television, and we see the brave soldiers that go into battle. I worked at the facility in the Brentwood Psychiatric Center, and my dad had a number of surgeries at the Veterans Hospital, and I've been to the cemetery at the Veterans Hospital, and that is sacred land as far as I'm concerned. It's just as we have sacred land with the Indians, the tribes have their sacred land. That area, while Wilshire Boulevard is a wealthy area, while the developers look and say we could build condos and shopping centers and everything else, that entire complex, the cemetery, the adjacent properties, the hospital, all has to be preserved and maintained as it is and not encroach, because once they take a parcel, there'll be another parcel. I'm on a project to help restore the chapel that they have there on the grounds. The Wadsworth, the Sawtell, that whole area as it is now at Wilshire Boulevard has to be maintained, the entire complex, and not give any land up, because once it goes, it'll continue the slippery slope and the veterans will have no place. And there's a number of veterans that are coming back, and they'll be coming back from this war, and they're going to need a place of sanctuary, they're going to need a place of safety, a place where they will feel comfortable. And that facility is going to be used more than it is now. And we need to have the facility there along with the other facilities. I know the one in Sepulveda, Dennis McCarthy from the Daily News was very instrumental in putting the pressure not to close it. But we take our young soldiers and put them in the battle, protect us, protect our freedoms, our lifestyle, and then when they come back, we say thank you very much and go find a job, and maybe you'll get a benefit or two. That's not the way we need to treat people who sacrifice their lives for us. So, Mr. Rosendahl, thank you for bringing it forward. I travel that area, and I've seen how the developers want to take that. This issue's been coming up for a long period of time. We need to hold line and say you're not going to take any of this land at all, period. Leave everything intact as it is. If they want to improve some of the facilities, which they could improve some of the facilities on site, they did build a new hospital there a few years back. That is fine, but don't take any of that land, and that sacred ground has to remain for the veterans for their use in the future. And thank you for being here and bringing that forward and showing the support.
Mr. Reyes.
Hey, Council President, I rise to support my colleague, Councilmember Rosendahl. You know, folks, when we get off freeways, it's a shame. It's a real shame that this country can't take care of the very same people that have put their life for us. And it's a shame to see these veterans who are hurting, who are suffering because of what they've been through. And we've essentially left them on the wayside, surviving in inhuman conditions. And to have this piece of property not prioritized for their needs truly is a crime. So I want to thank my colleague for bringing this issue up. I'm hoping we have a legal maneuver that allows us to address their concerns, give them the dignity they deserve, and the support that they deserve. If it wasn't for them throughout the years, we wouldn't be here. So thank you, Councilmember, for bringing this forward. Thank you so much.
Mr. Rosendahl.
Yes, as I sum it up, I want to thank all of my colleagues who spoke on behalf of this issue. We have a crisis in this country, and it's a real crisis of leadership dealing with the homeless issue. We have 90,000 homeless in LA County, and many of them are veterans from our foreign wars. They are the walking wounded. They are eating out of our garbage cans. Let's talk about trash and the real reality of how people have become trash. We can't let this happen. That piece of land is so valuable that many folks would like to see pieces of it sold off for development, and it cannot be touched. And by the city taking action today, you're working in concert with the County of Los Angeles to let the federal government know and our president know there is no excess land at the veterans' property. There's just underutilized land. Thank you all very much for your support.
There's no further members wishing to speak. Mr. Clerk, please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
That is approved. Next item, please.
Item 1 from the special meeting was called special by Councilmember Cardenas.
Mr. Cardenas.
Thank you very much, colleagues and Council President Padilla. I'd like to ask that the department heads who are here to please come forward so we can find out a little bit more about how we're doing with our alternative fuel vehicles that we have, which many of them count on this liquefied natural gas as a commodity that we use here in this city. Everybody and anybody who's part of a department that has these alternative fuel vehicles, please come forward. Thank you very much. How are we doing in light of the changes that have occurred with the supplies over the last few days? And can you please articulate for the people of Los Angeles your basic understanding of what's going on in the market right now and why everybody's concerned that there might not be enough day-to-day liquefied natural gas for our region?
I'm Tony DeClue from General Services Department. We handle the city fleet. I have with me Victor Martin and Alex Halo from Sanitation. The city embarked upon an aggressive alternative fuel clean air program about 5 or 6 years ago. We have 252 refuse collection vehicles that are fueled by LNG. We also have a number of vehicles that are fueled by CNG, compressed natural gas. We have hydrogen. We also use propane in some of our applications.
Excuse me for just 1 second. We went to these types of vehicles that use fuels other than what?
Other than diesel.
Or gasoline?
Or
perhaps?
gasoline, and the idea is to basically buy vehicles that are very clean air vehicles that can help us clean up our air and use alternative fuels. And
Okay. Now, one thing that I'd like to bring forward so that Angelenos can understand what we're doing, and we'll continue to do this, is now when it comes to diesel and gasoline vehicles that we've replaced now with these hundreds of vehicles that take other energies such as liquefied natural gas, How easy is it to get diesel or gasoline for these vehicles, the regular vehicles?
Diesel and gasoline are in abundant supplies. There is not a problem with supply lines.
Okay. Now, but when it comes to liquefied natural gas, how many places can we get liquefied natural gas today? I'm not asking for an exact number, but relatively speaking, is it harder to get liquefied natural gas and other alternative fuels than it is to get gasoline and diesel?
Liquefied natural gas does have some problems with the supply lines. There are basically 3 plants that we know of in western United States that produce it at the level that we want it produced at in terms of high quality. There are a couple other smaller plants. We get ours from Topac, Arizona, and Willis, Texas. There's also a plant in Chute, Wyoming that we could supply. Our two major suppliers, our two major supply plants, the one in Texas and one in Arizona, went down earlier this week. One of them had been down for repairs. The second one went down because of a loss of refrigerant. We were put in a position where our supply deliveries were suspended. When we first embarked on this program, we understood that the supply lines were fairly thin. So sanitation, and they took a lot of heat for this. When we built our supply or our delivery points and our supply stations, the on-site storage, we bought more storage than most people did. So we have an adequate supply to carry us about 5 days. In addition to that, when we bought these trash trucks, we bought what's called a dual fuel trash truck, which runs most of the time 15% diesel, 85% liquefied natural gas. If in fact we have a problem, we can go to the Air Quality Management District and ask them for an exemption and switch them over to all diesel. So the situation where
Are we
we're at,
possibly in a position where we might have to ask for this exemption in these coming days?
as soon as we heard that there was going to be some supply line problems, we went to South Coast Air Quality Management District and CARB, asked for the exemption. They were extremely supportive. Within a matter of 48 hours, they gave us the exemption. This is very unusual for them. They understood the problem that the city has. And actually, this problem is not just in the city. All the transit bus companies that run on LNG are having significant problems, and that would be Santa Monica, Orange County, Riverside. I think airports might have some problems. I think they can speak to their problems and how they've resolved them. But I think the plant came back up online. We got a delivery.
Which one?
The one in Topac, Arizona.
Arizona.
We got a
And
delivery.
Texas?
Texas is still offline.
Still offline.
We got a delivery this morning. Just as about the same time we got the delivery, we got a notice from the plant that they were having additional
Excuse me, did the
problems.
price change on that delivery, or we
No.
have a contract already?
Contract, same price.
Okay.
The plant went back down again. So I think the message is there, we anticipate, or we're looking on a conservative basis to make sure that we're in a position to handle disruptions in the supply line. And so what we're doing again is we are trying to put ourselves in a position where we have significant supplies on hand as much as we possibly can, and if it comes to a position where our LNG supplies go down to a critical level, we immediately switch over to diesel. So I think we're in a fairly good shape with sanitation fleet. The one caveat is when you do switch them over, it is expensive. It's an expensive proposition, so we're not going to do that until it becomes critical. Right now, we have sufficient supplies to last us for several days.
Okay. Now, you mentioned that somebody took some heat for getting vehicles that could run either on diesel or liquefied natural gas?
No, it was very difficult to get approval to buy large storage tanks. I think we've got,
Okay, I'm sorry.
you know, 45,000 gallons in one area of the valley, 45,000 in the other area of the
So
valley.
as far as you know, we never took criticism for having vehicles that could actually run on diesel when we're trying to replace diesel?
No,
No?
I don't think so.
Well, I'm glad to hear that. One of the things that I think is very important for us to understand, has there ever been any large storage facilities or plants that they've tried to site here closer to Los Angeles recently?
You have to ask environmental affairs about that.
I'm not saying in the city of Los Angeles. We're talking about our sources are Arizona, Wyoming, and Texas, right?
Right. I understand that there's a plant in Mojave in the initial stages of permitting, but that's about all I can tell you about that.
Okay.
All right, in your opinion, would it be better for the city of Los Angeles to have more sources of this fuel?
Yes, it would be.
Okay. Are we like maxed out? Have we pretty much stopped increasing the number of vehicles that are going to be using these alternative fuels, or are we still continuing to have more and more individual vehicles and also percentage-wise of our fleet?
We're continuing to grow the alt-fuel fleet. We don't have a large purchase on the table right now, but within the next 6 months, we will go out to bid for approximately another 80 trash trucks. It seems to be that LNG is the problem. CNG, there seems to be a better supply line for compressed natural gas.
So why do we use LNG instead of CNG?
The reason why we use LNG is for horsepower, and also for the CNG tanks are very, very cumbersome. They take a lot of space and they weigh a lot, and what happens is with the sanitation trucks, we're trying to maximize the amount of tonnage, and we don't want to minimize that.
But CNG is maybe better utilized than maybe vehicles that only have 1 or 2 passengers or something rather than trash trucks?
Other applications, smaller truck applications.
Okay. So we're increasing those as well, CNG and LNG usage, as far as the number of units ongoing monthly, yearly in the city of Los Angeles?
Yes.
Okay. When you heard about these plants going out, what was the first action that we took?
The very first action that we took was we took a couple of actions. We asked our Supply Services Division to go out and see if there was any other alternative supplies out there. We called up Air Quality Management District. They also helped us search supplies. There isn't a lot. We went to South Coast Air Quality Management District and CARB to get the exemptions to run them on diesel. We talked to our manufacturers and got them all lined up so that if we did have to make the change, they can bring staff on board over the weekend or at any time, day and night, to help us make the switch over. We work with sanitation to let them know where we stood, because whenever you do a switch like this, you want to make sure that the drivers understand what's going on, because they're the ones that are in the field in the vehicles. We want to make sure they have a safe vehicle to drive.
So if we stopped getting deliveries and all of a sudden we ran out of our storage, then it would cost extra money over and above what you had already budgeted for that transition and also that phase of time that we would be using other than the LNG.
It would. And we would track those and report back to council. We also talked to the city attorney's office, and the city attorney's office is on board, and they're going to help us work with the contractor to recover any costs and make sure that they live up to their contract. Their contract is to deliver the supplies.
Okay. Any other comments from other departments on this matter? Okay. Thank you very much. The reason why I wanted to have this discussion with you in full view of the public is because I think it's important for the public to understand is we as a city are trying to do the right thing. We're moving in the direction of doing the right thing. But please understand, taxpayers, whenever we do these things differently, it costs money. There are other things we have to think about that on the surface most people don't think about, but those of you who actually have to run these operations have to think about those things, and unfortunately sometimes it comes down to needing more money to do the right thing. So thank you very much for your report, and thank you very much for doing the right thing and making sure that we're not in a crisis situation, even though most of the sources of this product seem to be not working at this time. Thank you.
Mr. Rosendahl.
Mr. Cardenas, thank you for enlightening all of us in the city on an issue here. I'd like to ask you to take advantage of the four of you sitting here right now. How many vehicles do we have in our fleets when we add up all of the city's operations?
There's 9,000 vehicles in the general services fleet, plus I'm not sure how many, but there would be Department of Water and Power, Fire, and Police also have additional vehicles. Those are the major users.
And of the 9,000, how many are fuel efficient, hybrid, you know, the new day of energy?
About 2,000.
And do we have an aggressive plan to make the entire 9,000 over a period of time fuel efficient?
Over the period of time, yes. We're working with, in terms of fuel efficiency, we're working not only to employ LNG and CNG, but also we have an aggressive program to work on transitioning our sedan fleet over to hybrids. Probably, we were one of the first major buyers of hybrid vehicles. Right now, we are the second, if not the largest hybrid fleet in the nation. We have the largest hydrogen fleet in the nation. We have the largest trash truck fleet in the nation and the second largest sweepers fleet in the nation, all in alt fuels. In addition to that, back in 2001, we worked with British Petroleum to implement low sulfur fuel in the fleet. And we actually are running low sulfur fuel, which is being mandated in 2006. We've been running that for 4 years. We have 850 of our trucks now have particulate traps. So they're running low sulfur diesel, they're running particulate traps, and we're doing everything we can. We look to, in addition to that, to reduce the usage of fuel by coming up with strategies to let's say, limit the horsepower or rate the horsepower to the need. As an example, we're buying 6-cylinder trucks instead of 8-cylinder trucks in some instances. We're looking at our trash trucks. They can be rated at 300, 400, and 500 horsepower. We rate them for the lowest horsepower possible to do the job so that we get the highest amount of fuel efficiency out of them. We work with all the departments to continually remind them to use their vehicles in a fuel-efficient manner.
I certainly commend you on that, and I think the public needs to know that the City of LA is moving forward in an aggressive way on the strategy. Particulate matters, which really has to do with diesel. Are we encouraging all of our sister cities and the counties and others to deal with that diesel fuel, which does cause cancer?
I think in terms of in relationship with other counties, the Environmental Affairs Department really takes the leadership in that area. And from what I understand, they do work well with the other departments in other counties, and they also work well with AQMD and CARB.
Two quick questions. Are most of these fuel-efficient 2000 vehicles foreign-made? I mean, are they Toyotas and Hondas?
Well, 252 trucks are made by Peterbilt in Denton, Texas. To answer your question, we're looking as the American car market starts implementing the hybrids to use more and more hybrids, but the hybrid fleet is primarily Hondas and Toyotas.
Yeah, I wish we could encourage our automobile manufacturers to get with the program so we could buy American automobiles that do have these fuel-efficient capabilities.
We certainly could do that.
Okay, last question is, it's more personal. When I first started in city government, I got a Prius because it was brand new, and the Prius has a blind spot in it, the new Prius, as you make a left turn or a right turn, and it is an unsafe vehicle, and the Prius manufacturers, Toyota, needs to come up with a better one. I don't want to see accidents on the road. I then switched to a Honda Civic hybrid, which seems to have it all together. Have you heard any of these comments about the Prius, the latest one, having that blind spot?
That has been brought to my attention.
I'm bringing it to your attention now. I'd like our city to look into the Prius, the brand new one, to see about the mirrors, both the back mirror and the side mirror, creating a blind spot that could be a danger to the driver and to the obvious roadway.
We'll look into that.
Thank you very much.
Other members wishing to speak on this item? Seeing none, let's open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
That is approved. Next item, please.
Council has motions for posting and referral.
Motion shall be posted and referred.
The desk is clear.
Okay, colleagues, this is the end of our agenda today. Do we have any announcements? Mr. Labange.
Thank you. On behalf of Councilmember Jack Weiss, we want to remind all of us the importance to participate in next week's American Red Cross blood drive here at Tuesday and Wednesday on the 4th floor. The Red Cross needs our blood to help others, save a life, donate to the American Red Cross. City Drive this next Tuesday and Wednesday in Los Angeles City Hall, 4th floor.
Thank you, Mr. Labange. Other announcements, colleagues? Announcements? Mr. Parks.
Thank you, Mr. President. 8th District has 3 announcements. One, the African Marketplace will celebrate its 20th anniversary in the Exposition Park over 3 consecutive weekends starting August the 20th, ending on Labor Day, with their gala scheduled for August 19th in the Rose Garden at 6 p.m. And further information could be gathered off their website at africanmarketplace.org. Also in Lamert Park, We have the annual World Stage Jazz Festival, August 14th, 12 noon to 7 p.m., in the special event parking lot at 43rd and Degnan. The tribute will be to Harold Land Sr., a number of notable jazz figures, including Gerald Wilson and Sandy Graham, and a few others will be there for that whole day. And also the weekly Lamert Park Farmers Market every Sunday, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. at the Vision Theater parking lot, 43rd and Degnan.
Thank you, Mr. Parks. Colleagues, are there announcements? If not, then do we have adjourning motions today? Please rise for adjourning motions.
No, that's my hair. My hair. Both of them?
Mr. Labange.
Yeah, members, I'd like to ask that we adjourn in memory of Father James McElroy, who was the priest pastor of Holy Trinity Church in Atwater Village. I stand with my colleague Eric Garcetti. James McElroy was a beautiful man who lived to be 79 years old, and you'd always see him walking in the neighborhood. Always see him walking. He grew up in Los Angeles area in Altadena. He went to Cathedral High School, joined the seminary. He was involved with many programs to help young people. The last several years he was involved as he ministered at the Los Angeles County Men's Jail. I ask that we adjourn in memory of James McElroy, who survived by his three brothers, William, Gerald, and Dan. Seconded by Mr. Reyes as well as Mr. Garcetti. And members, I just think we should stand. As you read in the paper, 19 members of the 3rd Battalion of the 25th Marine Regiment of Brook Park, Ohio, all tragically lost their lives this week. I'm going to prepare their names. A country contributes its young to help defend this country, and a horrible battle that they faced as they were in combat in Iraq. I thought it would be appropriate that we remember that, and at some time appropriate to remember all the men and women, the soldiers who have lost their lives in this conflict in Iraq. But the 19 members of the 3rd Battalion of the 23rd Marine Regiment of Brook Park, Ohio.
Mr. Parks.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we adjourn in memory of Dennis Edward Kennedy Morris, born August 7th, 1985, graduate of Crenshaw High School in 2003, who worked for the UPS. He was enrolled at LA Trade Tech, was an aspiring fashion designer and an active member of the 8th District Leadership Council. He died Monday, August the 1st. He was 20 years old. Funeral services are pending. He's survived by his mother, LaBridget Banks. Next one, Loli Castaneda was a 25-year-old young man aspiring to be an LA police officer. He was an Explorer Scout at 77th Street Station, had recently completed the initial interview for application for the police academy. After a drive-by shooting death of a close friend whom he and his family had known for 19 years drove him into that consideration of joining the LAPD. He vowed to join LAPD to make a difference. His dream ended when he was mortally wounded by a gunshot while at a supermarket parking lot on Sunday, July 28th in the vicinity of Vermont and Vermont and Adams. Loli was dearly loved by his family and many friends. He's survived by his mother and father and many siblings.
Mr. Rosendahl.
Yes, Mr. President, I'd like us to adjourn in memory of Sophia Riaz from Mar Vista, who was born in June of 1966 and just died in July of 2005. She's a resident of my district, Sophia Ruiz, and she was struck by an LA City sanitation truck on July 21st at 2:30 in the afternoon at the southeast corner of Bundy and Pico. Despite the best efforts of UCLA doctors, Sophia died on July 29th, 2005. May she rest in peace. Second on that.
Other tributes? Mr. Clerk, please call the roll. Thank you all very much. This meeting is adjourned.